Hello and welcome to Trial TV Live. I am the Squeegee of Justice. Thank you so much for joining us today as we are turning our attention to Nevada versus Devyn Michaels. She has a sentencing today. So let me just double check that my audio is okay while you guys, all right, settle into chat. Welcome in everybody. Who is with us today? Crazy Mary Jo, good to see you. Tammy Inks, good morning to you. Brat, technically awake, you've been up, don't guarantee coherence. Fair enough. Teresa, good morning to you. Angel, good to see you. Green-eyed Cat, good morning. Shirley Roth, good to see you. Jane Dixon. Let's see, did you hear Alan Jackson say under California law, Nick is not guilty? Yeah, we watched that. Actually, Aaron did a short of that, if you guys want to go check that out. Let's see, who else is with us? Jennifer King, good morning to you, fam bam. Joy Ashley, oh, thank you. Thank you for saying good morning. Hell Rider, good to see you. Sassy, thank you for joining us. Let's see, Dream Horse, good to see you. Welcome in everybody. I Need an Alibi, Red Snap, good morning. Terry, Trial Watcher, Lily Wayne, good to see you guys. Richard in the kitchen, good morning to you. Allie B coming in, good morning. Everybody have a seat, get comfortable. Amber D. Fox, good to see you. Thank you for joining us today. Let's see, Pammy, Sharon, good to see you guys. Allie C, good to see you. Thank you for joining us. Nana, hope all is well on this Thursday. Yeah, we're doing okay. So far, so good. It's very foggy here where we are right now. 80s Music Man, good to see you. Iowa Backyard, thank you for joining us. All right, let's see if I missed anybody. Let's see, I know Sherry, good to see you. Good morning. Pammy, I hope you're doing well. Sharon, good to see you. Good morning. Bonfire Barbie, good morning from Pennsylvania. Thank you for joining us. Ed Gein, you barely remember this trial. Yeah, it was back in November 5th through November 14th. Yeah, it was a pretty short trial. Fairly short trial. Cindy, good morning to you. Barry, good morning to you. All right. Natty, good morning to you. Good to see you. Gina, Carol, Lori, Camilla, I'm sorry. Good to see you guys. Thank you for joining us, you guys. Lisa, Deviant, you're here in the virtual flesh. Good. JMS, good to see you. Alice and Mary, good morning, you guys. Thank you. Thank you for joining us. All right, let's get settled in and make sure you guys are comfortable. Her hearing actually starts around 11 Eastern, 8 o'clock. Actually, the feed, I think, isn't up until maybe 12 even. Let's see. Let me check. Let me see when it's scheduled. So what we're going to do is we're going to look at opening statements. And what do I have for you guys? Openings, her interview, and then her verdict. That's what we're going to go with. But let me see if I can find, where is her, what's it scheduled for? All right, they have it scheduled for 12. So they have it scheduled for noon Eastern. So we are going to, in the meantime, just kind of review the case, go over the case again, and so we'll spend some time together before we actually get to her sentencing. All right, so for those that forgot, all right, so Johnathan Willette is the victim. He is 46 years old, was 46 years old. Devyn Michaels, she's the defendant. She's 46 years old right now. The date of this incident was August 7th of 2023. She was charged with first degree and was found guilty by a jury. The judge is Tiara Jones. Remember, she's a very fast talker. If you guys remember her, she speeds she speeds through everything. Prosecution is John Giordani, excuse me. And then the defense was Robert Draskovich. And if you guys remember him from Robert Tellis, he represented Robert Tellis as well. So the overview was what began as an on-again, off-again romance in Henderson, Nevada, turned into one of the most shocking murder cases the state has ever seen. Now, prosecutors say, and they prove, that Devyn brutally took out her boyfriend, Johnathan, and then decapitated him. And then she tried to cover her tracks using chemicals. Remember, he had, there was, bleach all over the place. It smelled like bleach, kind of like that Ian Mitchum as well. Which, by the way, is back on track, and we're gonna stream that tomorrow, you guys. If you guys remember Ian Mitchum, they're actually airing it again, streaming it again, so we're gonna pick up on that tomorrow, at least for that day. So the grisly discovery was made August 7th inside Willette's home on Polidor Drive. His body found headless, surrounded by the smell of bleach and ammonia. Now remember, he lived with his mom and her husband. Her name was Yoko, and Johnathan was moving back in with Devyn. And remember, Devyn was married to Jonathan's son. Remember that little twist? Remember all of that? Originally, Michaels pled guilty to second degree. And remember, we watched that where she tells the judge she has this whole freak out moment. But at her sentencing hearing in July of 2025, she suddenly recanted, claiming innocence and saying she was confused. That outburst blew the case wide open again, putting her back on trial for first degree, to which she was found guilty. So now she faces life in prison without the possibility of parole. Hey, Brian, Jenny G, good morning to you. JMS, yes, his body was burning from chemicals. Yeah, just ridiculous. Barry, toxic relationships can make you lose your head, kiddies. Absolutely. All right. Everybody's settling in. Hey, Amy Lee, you're going to go lurk? Sounds good. Danny, good morning to you. Brian, yeah, that judge is a trip. She's a fast talker, right? She's a fast talker. Hey, Anja, good morning to you. Thank you for joining us. So, all right, so we're going to, Betty, good morning. So we're going to just kind of review the case again by going through opening statements, kind of get prepared for sentencing. I don't anticipate the sentencing to be too long, like maybe 2 hours, maybe. I don't know. We'll see. So whenever it does end, if it ends early enough, we have Corey. We still have about 6 hours of Corey hearings to go through. And then, but if it goes long enough, we'll save Corey for another day. So anyway, all right. Let's get over here to let's pick up on her on opening statements, just because we've covered how many trials since then? This was November. We've covered Dima, we've covered Walsh, we've covered Lance, we've covered Mitchum. We went back to, who else have we covered? I think Dustin Duran. Oh, no, Duran was, well, we did see the sentencing for Duran. Oh, Vander Ark, we did a rewatch of her. So we've covered quite a few trials in between. Paul Canero, hopefully jury selection is going along smoothly and we can pick up on him on Monday. So, hey, Lisa, Brown-Eyed Girl, good to see you guys. Thank you so much for joining us. Fire Girl, Handmade by Wendy, good to see you. All right, you guys. All right, settle in. Let's get to opening statements by the state. Let me see here. All right. Interact with this. All right, here we go. So this is opening statements. Let me just post that so we know what we're watching. All right, so we're going to look at opening statements again. Opening statements. All right, so this is the state. State opening statements. Opening statement, and this is from November 5th, 2025. State opening statement. All right, so I shall pin this for you guys. And let's see here. Just so you guys know, if anybody new is coming in, you can see that this is opening statements. All right, here we go.
On August 7th of 2023, the defendant, Devyn Michaels, brutally murdered and savaged the body of her ex, Johnathan Willette. But the story did not begin on August 7th of 2023, and all I can say is buckle up because you're in for a wild ride. This is Johnathan in life. It's Jonathan's two young children that he shared with the defendant. Both girls, faces blocked out, they're preteen young children. You will learn during the course of this trial that John had a son from a prior relationship named Devyn. That after Devyn was born, he split with Devyn's mother, eventually getting into a relationship with the defendant. They then had these two children together. They separated. And there was a custody agreement that was ordered by the family court in which the victim had full physical custody of the girls. You will learn that the defendant was not happy about that situation, that the defendant wanted to have control of her girls, and she wanted to start a new life with Devyn, the same Devyn that is John's son. On August 7th of 2023, Yoko Willette, an elderly woman, woke up to find her dead son in his room with what she referred to as his face and neck missing. This is the 911 call she placed.
Yes, this is Yoko Willette. My number is, its address is 2698 Aradura Drive, Henderson, Nevada. Yeah, 702-203-8975. Okay, I went downstairs and my son is on the bed and all bloody. I open the cover. It's all bloody. I don't know. Can you come over?
Yeah, we're going to help you. What happened to him, you know?
I have no idea. I'm so to the outside this morning, but
Is he awake now? Is he awake?
Yes, I think he's dead.
Sure. Listen to me, I already have a call for help, okay? How old is your son?
About 46 seconds.
Is he breathing?
Oh, bloody all over. Huh?
Where's he bleeding from him?
I don't know, from the egg or something.
Do you see any weapons around him?
No.
Would he have harmed himself? Can you tell?
What?
Does he look like he hurt himself at all? Like, maybe
I
shot
have no
himself?
idea. Those was on the yard. I I told him I didn't know he's trying to move out from my house.
Okay.
And his girlfriend was here yesterday.
Okay. When's the last time you saw him? Yeah, when's the last time you saw him okay? How long ago?
Last night.
Last night.
Yeah, I think somebody has to come, please.
Okay, yeah, we're already on the way, okay? We're going to try to help him before we get there. Do you have a defibrillator available inside your house?
Huh?
Do you have the defibrillator available at your house, the shocking machine?
I don't.
That's okay. Ma'am, what I want you to do is see, do you feel safe to get right next to him so we can try to just...
That is what police found when they arrived at the Willette residence. Johnathan on his bed in his bedroom. As you can see, his head is missing. Large blood stain at the foot of the bed there, and a large amount of blood underneath where his head should be. Officers eventually removed the cover from his body and noted several chemical burns, or what appeared to be strange chemical burns on his body. And a very clean decapitation that you can see there. Henderson Police Department was responsible for the investigation. After first responders arrived on scene, clearly couldn't render any medical aid to the victim, they locked down the scene. Homicide investigators are then enlisted and take over. Along with the homicide investigators, they bring out an army of crime scene analysts and treat this case obviously very seriously, and they go into the home after executing a search warrant. When they go into the home, they obviously focus on the bedroom, but they do a pretty thorough search of the entire residence, the curtilage, the backyard, the front, the trash cans, the upstairs bedrooms, the kitchen, the living room, and these are the items that they find. A couple of chemical bottles, obviously relevant for the potential chemical burns on the victim's body. They find some interesting writings that you'll see a little bit more of later, demonstrating that there was a contentious custody case going on between the victim and someone at that point, someone. They see out front John's moving truck, the victim's moving truck. You will learn that he had a moving business. There's a trailer on the back. It's parked a little cattywampus, going the wrong way on the street and poking out into the street as though he may have planned on moving after he last parked that car or truck. But the items that weren't found are what was particularly notable for the investigators. They didn't find a murder weapon. They didn't find whatever this person used to cut his head off. They did not find his head. They did not find his wallet. They did not find his truck keys, and they did not find his phone. They interviewed Yoko, and the gentleman above Yoko's photo is Yoshida, her partner. According to Yoko and Yoshida, the defendant, who they referred to as Nikki and knew as Nikki, ultimately identified as Devyn Michaels, was the last person to see Johnathan alive. Nikki and John had been moving the girls and John's items from this Paladura address to Nikki's address on Porcupine Rim that she shared with Devyn, and for a temporary period over the summer, the young girls. They learned that Nikki and John returned to this address, the Paladura address, for the last time at 10 p.m. on August 6th, or around 10 p.m. They learned from Yoko that about 1 a.m. she was going downstairs for a glass of water and ran into the defendant, who she will describe to you when you hear from her as she appeared to be startled to see me. The defendant and Yoko have a conversation. It's relatively brief. Yoko's in the kitchen cleaning up some dishes. The defendant has now entered the kitchen, and they begin to talk when the defendant tells Yoko, John's asleep. Don't go in there. Those aren't her words. You'll hear this through the course of the trial. She says, John's asleep. He's passed out. We have plans for him to move some more stuff in the morning, kind of don't bother him kind of thing. Yoko then noticed that the lights were on in John's room, but decided, hey, if he's asleep, I'm not going to go in there. She returns back upstairs. Yoko went to sleep, leaving Nikki, or the defendant, alone in the home. And you will learn very clearly that there were only 4 people in the home at the time of this incident: the victim, the defendant, Yoko, and Yoshida. Yoko also will tell you that around 8 a.m. she found John without a face. You probably heard from the 911 call there's a bit of a language barrier. She'll do her best to describe what she initially saw and the shock, obviously, that ensued. So the defendant is the last person to see him, so investigators are very curious to speak with her. Homicide detectives summon her to the scene. They get a hold of her via a phone number given by a neighbor. She answers that phone. It's her phone. She agrees to come to the scene, leaving Devyn and the girls are with the defendant as well. She, in her initial interview, says John is her ex. They share the 2 children together. That they spent the whole day together on August 6th, moving, shopping for the girls' school supplies, etc. Everything's normal from her perspective. That evening, they were moving the girls' things into her home on Porcupine, and she was, in fact, at the Paladura residence last night doing that. She would go on to describe it's a normal night, there's nothing out of sorts, and that John was alive and well in the garage when she left. Remember that. Further investigation, of course, occurs. Homicide detectives are treating this very seriously. You will learn from many of them that when a homicide such as this comes in, they divide duties. There's too much for one person to do. And so, although there is a lead detective who goes by the name of Dennis Ozawa, Detective Ozawa was not in any way the only person investigating this case. He had an entire team, and you will hear from many of those people. You will learn that one big thing in the modern days of investigation is videos, video cameras. They're everywhere in our valley, so they canvass all around. The Paladura residence is kind of right in the middle of all those yellow markers. They canvassed all these different addresses for anything who saw, heard anything, and anyone who had a camera. Some of those were fruitful, some of them were not. They knocked on the doors where video cameras were visibly present. They even knocked on doors where they weren't present in the hopes that maybe someone saw or heard something. And they gathered a lot of footage. We're going to do our best during the course of this trial to streamline it for you. There's hundreds of hours of footage, and we're going to present it in the best way we can. They also learned that there is a neighbor directly to the left of the homicide scene who had a motion-activated Ring camera, which will become important later in the trial. There also was an autopsy, of course. The Henderson Detective Ozawa attended that autopsy. You will hear from the medical examiner in this case, Dr. Stephanie Yagi with the Clark County Coroner's Office, who enlisted the assistance of a forensic anthropologist, Dr. Burns, who works out of UNLV. You will learn that Dr. Yagi surmised that the cause of death was homicidal violence and the manner of death was homicide. You will learn that she noted the non-thermal chemical burns on the body, which did not contribute to his death, but were notable for investigative purposes. Something important I want you to keep in the back of your mind is there were no bleeding injuries anywhere else on the body, so everything was focused neck and above. You will learn that the decapitation occurred post-mortem. There are histological reactions that the body has if this type of thing happens while you're still alive and your body is trying to actively repair itself. None of those were present during the course of the autopsy, and so the doctor will testify that this was a post-mortem decapitation. As I mentioned, she enlisted the assistance of a forensic anthropologist, Dr. Burns. You will hear from her as well. She will talk about the science behind what she does, and in this particular case, she was enlisted for the main purpose of determining what was used to cut off Mr. Willette's head. She will tell you that she did microscopic examination. During the course of that thorough examination, she determined very clearly that there were 2 separate instruments used to chop off his head. She even can narrow it down by time because of the layering of the artifacts on the bones. And so she will surmise and testify that first, a serrated or non-serrated knife was used, so a knife, whether serrated or not. When that was unsuccessful, the defendant then used a powered saw of some sort. She can't narrow it down to class. You will learn, or class of tool. You will learn that the bones in the neck, the cervical spine, are very small. There are areas on it which would reflect these markings, but they are so small that she can't really surmise what type of saw. She'll testify that if it's a long bone, she has seen cases with dismemberment, involving dismemberment, but not a decapitation. But with dismemberment of larger bones, you can see more, which allows you to narrow down the type of saw that was used. But here that's not possible. Nonetheless, she will testify clearly that it was 2 different instruments, knife first, saw second. Further investigation also revealed what Mr. Draskevich alluded to in jury selection, a very non-traditional family situation. And I kind of mentioned this a little bit earlier. The investigation revealed that the defendant, after splitting with John, ultimately married his son, Devyn. Devyn moves in with her. They are together for an extended period of time. The defendant loses custody of the girls, and eventually the girls end up for a short period of time over the summer of 2023 before school starts, living in the home with the defendant and Devyn, with Johnathan living back at the Paladura residence with his mom and Yoshida. This is Clark County Department of Family Services document showing the parent placement verification letter describing that John was awarded full physical custody of the girls on October 27th of 2022. That Johnathan, as I said, and the girls were living at 2698 Paladura at the time. You can see in the document that the defendant had weekly supervised visitation with the girls for an extended period of time. And you will learn through various witnesses that John kind of bent the rules with that and allowed her to see the girls a little bit more than was court ordered. You will also learn that John allowed the girls to stay with the defendant and Devyn, as I mentioned, at the Porcupine Rim address over the summer of 2023. And that Johnathan was going to move in with the defendant and the girls to try to stabilize their lives and basically try to get everyone under the same roof. The girls were having a real hard time with the custody situation, and his main focus was the girls. Obviously, with all this information they have gathered, the defendant is now a person of interest. She's the last person to see John. She's been over there very close in time to his murder. There's all these ties. There's the custody paperwork I showed you earlier, the writings that were in his room. And so they respond to Porcupine Rim. I can't remember if I put a map in here, but I'll just tell you we'll have a Google map for you that shows the distance between the homes. They're about 30 minutes apart. Paladura is in Henderson. Porcupine Rim is in Las Vegas, and it's a pretty good distance, about 30 minutes. The detectives will tell you, and this is Detective Ozawa and Detective Carrie Skinner, that when they go to the residence, they observe the defendant. She's kind of either moving stuff or moving back and forth between the home and the vehicle, and they note a couple of things before they approach and make contact with her. You see the Nissan Armada, which is the defendant's vehicle. Looks pretty clean and shiny. You will see that cell phone on the right. The detectives observed that when they first drove up, kind of sitting in the rocks near the driveway. Thought, okay, that's weird, but we're not going to touch it. We're not executing a search warrant yet. They leave it be, and then they make contact with the defendant. to interview her again, because now they know some more things and things aren't quite adding up and they want to know a little bit more. They make contact with the defendant, and this is prior to them going into the home and executing a search warrant on the home. They get a little more information, but the story generally remains the same, that John recently dated Andrea. This is extra information. But that last night he threw away his engagement ring in the trash can at Paladura, which, remember that. That John wanted to get back together with her romantically. This is new information. And move in, which we already know to provide stability for the girls. She mentioned that Yoko does not know Devier and I are married. She claimed that her marriage with Devier was one of convenience for insurance purposes and non-romantic and not sexual in nature. You will learn, and you'll actually hear it, the interview. During this interview, out in the police vehicle in front of Porcupine Rim, the girls walk up, and you can hear them. They're sweet little voices, and they're like, "This is Daddy's phone. This is Daddy's phone. This is why he wasn't answering." The detectives realize that's kind of important. They take the phone from the girls, or the girls give it to them, and the detectives note blood on the phone. Something important. They ask the defendant, "Well, how did this get here?" And she responded generally that he must have left it here earlier in the day when he was moving, and I don't know. I mean, there's a cigarette butt over there. I know he smoked cigarettes. It's by where the phone was. He probably left it. And the detectives are a little suspicious of that. They ask her a few more questions. Again, you're going to hear this stuff in the audio recording, so I've summarized it. And then ultimately at the end, she again sticks with this: John was alive and well in the garage when I left. As I mentioned, the detectives then obtain a search warrant and execute that search warrant on the home. They also get the warrant for the vehicles. You'll learn that white moving van is Devier's work van. He was a home security installer. He did various jobs for a legitimate company. They searched that vehicle. Nothing of evidentiary value found in that vehicle. You can also barely see behind the van. There's a small sedan that's inoperable, but they search it nonetheless. They find nothing of evidentiary value. When it comes to the defendant's Nissan Armada, they photograph it on the outside, but then they apply seals to every opening, and then they tow that to have it searched later at their lab. You will learn they find in the garage the ring cameras from John's home. A little weird. They grab them up, they seize them pursuant to the search warrant, in the hopes that maybe since these are the cameras from John's home, it captured something. There is no footage, unfortunately, associated with it. They issued administrative subpoenas and attempted to obtain footage from Ring. There was no footage because he didn't have the right account to store the Ring footage in the cloud. And I'm butchering the technical terms, I'm sure, but you'll hear all of this from witnesses. They also noted that there was no SD card in the cameras themselves, but nonetheless they took them, they seized them pursuant to the search warrant, just to make sure. You will also learn they find several of defendants' writings throughout the home describing kind of the relationship with Devier, not exactly how the defendant described it to them to begin with. Very importantly, they find the defendant's purse. Inside her purse, they find the victim's social security card, along with one of her work cards. This is the defendant's bedroom. What I've circled there is basically her underwear drawer. When you execute a search warrant, you go through everything. You basically toss the place. And when they were searching the defendant's underwear drawer, they found something. And my mouse is freezing on me here. Very important. They find several layers of knotted plastic bags, and inside they find the victim's wallet, current identification, and his only set of truck keys. After the search warrant, they speak with the defendant again. They learn that the defendant's version regarding the phone is that she has no idea how it ended up there. They confront her with the blood on the screen. She initially says, "Oh, I don't know," and then she says, "He cut himself moving." Remember when I talked about the autopsy earlier, no other bleeding injuries on the victim's body? Remember that? She claims he cut himself while he was moving. There's no evidence to suggest that. They learned John wanted to move in with the defendant so we could have the girls under one roof and parent them. They further learn, although they already kind of know this, that John has physical custody of the girls, and the defendant claims she plays nice with him to kind of keep access to the girls and keep things kosher. They also learn, which is very important, that John was moving in quicker than she expected. They learn not only from the defendant but other witnesses that this idea of them reuniting for the children had been discussed for several months, but that on this night, on August 6th, John began loading stuff into the truck when the defendant is loading up the girl's stuff into the truck. And she kind of realizes for the first time he was serious about this and this is going to happen. And you'll learn that that's when the walls start closing in on the defendant and she makes the decision she made. The detectives confront her with the fact that there is no notifications on the phone when the girls provide it. It's black. They open it and there are no notifications on the screen. But that she had contacted him several times the night before and that those notifications should be there based on the timing of the phone arriving at her house. They ask her, before telling her what they have found in the home, they ask her, "Hey, do you have any idea where John's wallet would be?" She says very unequivocally, no idea. They then say, "Well, hey, we kind of found this ID and this wallet in your bedroom." And she then changes her story and she provides a version, again you will hear this audio recording, in which she says it was back at the Paladura residence, she held the plastic bags open and John placed his items into the bag and she tied them up right in front of him. And they confront her when the story doesn't make sense over and over, and that's kind of the story she sticks with regard to that. You will learn there was an extensive follow-up investigation after that interview. Although things weren't adding up, although things looked very strange, the detectives did not rush to judgment and arrest her right there. Although all of the victim's property is inside her home, his blood is at her scene, they don't arrest her right there. They choose to do follow-up investigation. You will learn there was fingerprint analysis that was done. Nothing really of evidentiary value comes of that. You will learn that DNA processing was done, that the victim's blood was in fact on the phone at her house, and that the defendant's DNA was on the knot of those plastic bags where his property was found inside. You will also learn that an extensive digital investigation was done, and that was in the form of video surveillance, digital forensics, meaning phone dumps. They take the actual devices found. There's 11 found inside her home, including the victims. They plug it into a machine. They'll talk about the technology. They're able to extract the data from the phone, and they find several things of note. They also do a call detail record investigation. That is the records that your cell phone maintain or are maintained on your cell phone, everybody's cell phone, with the company you use for service. And those records not only show incoming and outgoing messages and calls, but they also show location data, because every time you place a call or receive one, you are pinging on some kind of tower and leaving a trail of where you've been. Not a precise trail, but a general trail of where you've been. They also pull BIRLA Burla is a lot more precise than the cell phone towers. That is an infotainment system inside the Nissan Armada. And they're able to extract that data, and I'll show you that in a moment. They very clearly get a timeline based upon the Burla. The defendant's vehicle is at the victim's home by 10 o'clock at night. The vehicle activates but does not move at about 11 o'clock at night. The vehicle leaves the home for good at 2:04 a.m. 2:04 a.m. on August 7th. And you'll see that in a moment. I've noted here that the video surveillance, DFL, and CDR rule out Devier. Obviously, he was interviewed. You will hear from him during the course of this trial. But they treat him as a suspect. Obviously, there's some fishy circumstances. They're not just pinning this on the defendant because what she's saying doesn't make sense. They're looking into both the defendant and Devier and others. The video surveillance that I'm referring to is kind of wide-ranging. There is one particular camera you're going to learn about that was near the Porcupine Rim residence, the defendant's home. That is a full-time camera. That's not a motion-activated camera. That allows them to see the home, see what vehicles left, came and went at any given time, and they clearly rule out Devier from that video. In addition, I mentioned earlier, there's video surveillance from next door to the victim's home. That captures the defendant at around 11 a.m. going to her vehicle, moving it slightly, and then ultimately leaving. Gotta love technology. Here are a couple of additional clips from video surveillance. The one on the left is the defendant with the victim the night before when they're doing the moving. It shows us that they are together, that no third party is present, it's just them. They go into a store, they buy an item, and they leave. And then 2:28 a.m., the defendant is alone. It kind of clipped off on this particular picture, but the defendant is alone in her vehicle after she leaves the residence and goes back to her home, ultimately landing there about 2:46 a.m. Those digital forensic examinations I mentioned become relevant, especially when it comes to Devier. There's much more than this, but I'm trying to narrow it down for the opening statement. This particular message was sent from Devier to the defendant. As you can see at 10:36 p.m. See you when you get back. I'm going to sleep. Girls are in the living room. And the video surveillance supports that. This image you're seeing now is the CDR cell tower location data. There is much more to it when the witness testifies. There's a bunch of animated videos you're going to see. Just for this purpose, I did a screenshot. The blue and red represent the victim and the defendant's phone, and the green represents Devier's phone at our operative time period, showing him across town when that last message was sent and throughout the evening. You'll also see the Burla that I referenced earlier. As I mentioned, Burla leaves actual GPS breadcrumbs, like by the foot. So as opposed to just a tower you're hitting on, this is actually showing the track. And you're going to see very clearly when the defendant came and went from the victim's residence on the night of August 6th, as well as when she left on August 7th. After all of this information is gathered, it's very clear that the defendant did this to the detectives. They make the decision to place her under arrest for murder with use of a deadly weapon. After she is arrested, she is interviewed again. This time they try with two different detectives. Obviously, the statements she gave earlier were inconsistent, and so they send in a couple of other detectives, and you'll hear from that detective as well. In this particular interview, the defendant acknowledged that she realized John was actually moving in, that at the time of the murder, she was giving John a massage on the bed. While he was lying on his stomach, the defendant got up, walked over to the fireplace, and grabbed a large, what she referred to as a stick or maybe a candle holder. It's a large, heavy object. John was lying on his stomach. not a threat, in the midst of a massage, face down, unexpected, and the defendant admits that she returned to the bed, bashed him over the head with that club or stick, and that John went limp at that time. You will learn that the defendant refused to acknowledge what she did next. You can make your determination as to why someone might do that as this trial goes on. That she refused to tell detectives what she did with John's head or with the weapon. That those items were never recovered. And so you need to put together the pieces as the judge just described with the rain example. You will learn that this is the reality of the situation before John was killed, and that the defendant wanted John out of the picture. This is the future that she saw, that she wanted, and the only way to have that future was with John out of the picture. Thank you for your time and attention this week. We truly do appreciate it.
Leo Tolstoy, perhaps one of the greatest authors of all time, in his first book, first novel, Anna Karenina, wrote, first sentence, "All happy families are the same. Every unhappy family is unhappy in its own way." Her Honor asked whether we were going to give an opening statement. An opening statement, as Mr. Giordani had laid out, is the time for each side to stand before you and tell you what the facts are. It's our chance to give you a roadmap and explain to you what we feel the facts and ultimately the truth are. Oftentimes defense attorneys sit back and wait. Don't want to show anything. Let's see what they've got. This case, we're not doing that. We're going to get right out in front of this case and we're going to tell you what's really going on and what the state and what their investigation is missing. Initially, Mr. Giordani had said, well, buckle up, and I'm telling you, buckle up. You know, oftentimes in the intricacies and the complications of human relations, things get unsavory. Things are immoral. I'm going to be showing you things right now, not in a sense to offend you, to cast blame necessarily on the decedent in this case, but to give you a true picture of what was really going on with this unhappy family. Outward actions and outward statements are clues to motive. And we're going to ask you that through the course of this trial, you keep the idea of motive in mind. Motive authors actions. After the state had learned, the police had learned, concerning the death of Johnathan Willette, they began to conduct a series of interviews. And what's telling through the course of these interviews is what's discussed, what outward statements are made, and how those are clues to motivations. DeVries interviewed the day of August 7th, 2023. And at the beginning of his interview, he admits that he's been drinking. He claims that upon hearing of his father's death, he'd got his drink on. But what's telling through the course of what he says and what he doesn't say, he's asked. And again, at first, and you can't blame the detectives, they're trying to do the best they can with a fairly complex situation. They're trying to get a feeling of the root of the relationships between the parties. I mean, you've got Johnathan Willette, who's dead. You've got Devyn, the son that's living with the defendant now in this case, Devyn Michaels, and they're trying to grasp what's really going on. You know, what's going on behind closed doors. They struggle in each of the interviews, both with Devyn and with Devyn, to get a feeling of what's going on. Like, what are the relationships? And they're misled time and time again by all parties. In this interview, the first of which that Devyn has, they're trying to get a handle on this idea of this marriage and the relationship. And they ask him, but you're saying that you guys are married more out of convenience, not like you guys actually love each other. His response, yeah, we don't. It's not like that. It's out of convenience. But you guys sleep in the same room? His response, no. He's asked here, they're at the home. His response, no. Are you guys intimate at all? His response, no. Devyn is being asked questions who, by the way, you will learn he hated. And he's lying about the relationship that he has with his wife. There was some discussion concerning phones, and I'll tell you any more in this modern society. These are the key of most investigations. In fact, the statement said that's why Devyn was ruled out. The location data on the phone didn't track that night to the Paladera residence. That's easily solved. It's easily explained. It was left home. That's it. There are other cases that have been of some notoriety that happens. People know now. They track you on your phones. You're going to learn that Devyn knew this and the importance and the significance of this clue to this hidden secret. This was no marriage of convenience. We have out here the wedding ring that you'll see in photos that both Devyn and Devyn wore. In fact, Detective Skinner, again trying to grasp this, and this is on August 7th, is asking Devyn about the rings. And he's telling you the rings. You guys are saying this is convenience, but rings are like of significance. It shows a commitment. She plays it down, as does Devyn. This marriage of convenience is belied by the facts. You have to ask yourself as these facts unfold, why is Devyn covering for Devyn? And why is Devyn covering for Devyn? This is no sexless union. And again, this isn't to offend, this isn't to shock, but this gives the nature of what's really going on and why that statement was so untrue. I mean, these are pictures taken from their respective phones, and you can see the timestamps. And this will be admitted to you, and you will be able to consider this in reaching the appropriate verdict in this case. This participant, this is a voicemail, 4/27/23 in this sexless, non-intimate marriage.
Will you make love to me tonight? I just want to love you forever. I just want to grow kisses and touching me, kissing my body, and kissing yours. I just want some passion tonight, please.
These are photos recovered from her phone that were taken from her phone, 5/17/23. And again, they're sexual in nature, and this isn't to offend. However, what detectives didn't learn is that this relationship wasn't something that was being frustrated by Johnathan moving in. This relationship had gone on for years before. See the picture of Devyn, 125, it was modified, access 1227. It goes back 7 years. Driver's license, this is Devyn, and if you look and take notice, I mean, this is some years before, he's 6'4". He's 185 pounds. He's a big guy, like his dad. His dad, 6'4", 205 pounds. We had spoken yesterday. Devyn Michaels was in the porn industry. You know, she's not on trial for morality. She's on trial for murder. She had AKAs given her line of work. Devyn was into that. He knew that. He appreciated that. He pursued that. And this illicit relationship began before the relationship had ended with his father. It was done behind his back. Text between Devyn and Devyn. See, notice the photo, it's that same photo I showed you. 19-year-old, he's now 20. Girl, you had me mesmerized last night. You don't have to change a thing. Like that night was hands down the most sensational feeling I've ever felt since I lost my virginity. These are expressions of a passionate 20-year-old young man who's in love with a porn star. See the dates? Modified 9/3/16. That means it was looked at 7/18/26. We've got Devyn, who's 20 here. And I'm going to show you photos to show the identification of what's going on. You've got a penis shot taken from her phone. And you see up in the corner, it's Devyn. So it's the case, the facts will show and common sense will dictate that this isn't a case about her wanting to be with Devyn and she kills Johnathan. She's been with Johnathan. What happened on August 7th of 2023 is Devyn was getting kicked out. He was no longer going to be a part of this relationship because the dad he hated, was coming in and not only taking his home, but taking his wife. Again, 2016, and this shows the length. And this isn't everything, but we're trying to just present this to you now so you have an idea. You can appreciate the motivations. Tracy, you put the biggest smile on my face. You haven't seen it already. You are the first thing on my mind in the morning, but I can't kiss you in the morning, sadly. But boy, when my lips touch yours, it feels like time stops. For you, my heart races 1,000 miles and never skips a beat. When I have you in my arms, you may as well start a fire in my chest, because no one can make me feel like a melting stick of butter, like you at your best. Just wanted to say you truly outdid the rest. This is 7 years before. Don't worry, at one point I'll be laying next to you, playing with your hair, scratching your back, and whispering something romantic in your ear. Again, the dates are telling. We saw pictures of Johnathan and Devyn and the kids, but if you look at the date here and the time, this is 19-year-old Devyn. Johnathan's not in the picture. Same time frame, you'll see. Screenshot, 8/23/16. There are a couple. And there are a couple behind Dad's back. Same photo, same time frame, modified 5/9/22. We're coming now to the present. There'd been a long-going, torrid affair, which resulted in a marriage between a son and his father's former girlfriend. This is Devyn receiving a text from Devyn. See, 11/3/21, hope it's good. I was looking, it was good, but I'm looking forward to eating something else later. Her response, Arby's, his, if that's what you call that coochie, then yeah, I guess so too. So again, it shows that this was consistent. Pictures of Devyn on Devyn's phone. You'd see modified, which means looked at 5/15/23. Capture time 5/15/23. Again, the date 5/15/23. I mean, this is clearly an intimate relationship. It's not for the kids. It's not for these perceived medical issues. Devyn is in love with Devyn. Captures on his phone. You'll hear from Devyn. We may not have a moment that we discussed yesterday where, I can't take it, I did it. look at the motivations and why people say what they do. Devier's 9/14/2023 grand jury testimony. And if I could just ask you a couple more questions about that. Did you and Devyn get married in the traditional sense? And this is under oath in front of a grand jury where there's jurors. It's a formal proceeding, just like a trial. His response, yes, but it was more me helping out with the girls when she couldn't find a babysitter. So I figured, well, we both kind of sat and talked about it. When she has to go to work and can't find a babysitter, I could be there. She also has a whole bunch of medical problems, and it's very expensive to keep the girls at daycare when she's sitting in the hospital, so I would normally be there to watch them. Okay, and I'm sorry to ask, was it an intimate relationship that you were in with Devyn at some point? And now we start seeing they've got the phones. Metro and the Henderson Police Department are doing their investigations. His response changes, but nonetheless, it's still not truthful. Yes, after the first year, it started to get intimate. They were married November 21st, 2021. So if we're to take Devier at his word, they got intimate after the first year. That gets us to December of 2022. The lie, and the facts show it. Did it remain intimate up until the time of your father's death? Yes. Movement, but still, there is the clues that give way to the secrets that are being consulted, and the motive for why. In his initial interview, okay, so then you knew he was moving in, and she told you that you were going to have to move out. And this is after he's had a few drinks, probably a lot. His response, recently, yes. It was kind of a short notice, but yeah, and I mean, I know the person he is, and he's referring to his father. So I was like, okay, whatever, I'll deal with it. Okay, and you were going to move out? Did he knew that you lived here, or didn't know that you lived here? His response, no. He knew I lived here. When you look and when you weigh the evidence, you have to ask two things. Why is he saying these things? Why is he denying knowledge of getting kicked out? And this hot and heavy and sexual relationship that he's having with Devyn. It changes now. 9/12/23. I didn't know that he was going to move in. He's eliminating another motive. I didn't know what they were attempting to get over here. I didn't know that they were attempting to get remarried, or not remarried because they were never married, attempting to get married. Again, we do get a glimpse of the truth, but he's denying that he knew that his dad was moving in, and then now he's apparently saying he didn't know they were getting married too. Well, he knew his dad was getting moved in, and he knew that they were getting married. He's out. 9/14/2023 grand jury testimony. Again, this is Devier. Okay, there's come a point in time where you learned that your father was going to move into the address where you were living with Devyn and the two girls. His response? Under oath. I'm unaware of that. Okay, did you become aware of that? After I talked to the detective? Yes. Oh, okay. So that's something you learned after your father's death? His response? Yes. Understood. Was there a discussion about you potentially moving out of the residence? His response? No, sir. Prior to your father's death? No, sir. Again, he's eliminating under oath the motive. This is a text that Devyn sent to him 4 days before this incident. See down at the bottom, 8/3/2023, liar, cheater, it goes on and on. Obviously there's passion in this non-intimate relationship if you're going to take his word for it. She sends him a text, 8/3/23, I want a divorce. all your shit will be waiting outside for you. 4 days before Dad's moving in. Do not even think about coming back. Yet he tells the detective he had no idea. He had no idea there had been no discussions of him getting booted out of the house. So he's losing a wife and he's losing a home. She states, keep your alcohol. Just stay out of my life. You learn from this witness stand that Devyn had a fair amount in common with the father that he hated. He was a heavy drinker. You know, a buddy of mine was a warden in Arkansas, and he said, we eliminate women, we eliminate booze. I got nobody in my prison. 9/12/23, interview of Devyn. Well, you weren't. You weren't the main suspect. You know what I mean? This is yours. It's a little different than hers. We're here, you didn't do it to clear you. His response, right. Does that make sense? It does. And while the chances of you even being there are so slim that it's just, there's no, that's not even on the radar. These are the detectives that are investigating this case. Perhaps they're ignorant of this, what was really going on, the real dynamic of this fairly seedy, buckle-up relationship. Again, he's ruled out and basically not on the radar because he didn't have the phone on him when his dad was killed. He killed his father. He just left his phone home when he did that. He's been very clear through his interviews that he worked at Hometronics. He has extensive knowledge of home security systems. And we all know that most home security systems, there's a phone element to it. It caches on your phone. You have a Ring camera, Arlo, any of those. Phone-based. And Devyn has a substantial amount of technical knowledge. He also installed home entertainment systems. Then you've had speakers put in, TVs put up. You got tools. Generally a sawzall, an electronic knife, an electronic saw to make cuts through the drywall and through 2x4s. We know how that's at least one of the two instruments that was used to remove his father's head. Again, and I've addressed this, why lie to the police on 8/7, then again on 9/12, then lie to the grand jury on 9/14. Motives, author actions, outward statements betray secrets. He's repeatedly eliminated his motivation through the course of this investigation. And she's been complicit, whether she knew or not. She's complicit in this. We have Devyn covering for Devyn, and we have Devyn covering for Devyn. Here she is. This, and again, this is just scratching the surface, but these are photographs that are captured on Devyn's phone. Just to give you an idea. And there's a long list. We could be here for much longer than we're going to. He's not on any cameras. Well, yeah, that's what he does for a living. He's aware of, these are security systems. He installs them. He's aware of the angles, what they pick up and what they do. And it goes on and on. But like I said, I won't keep you here for the rest of the afternoon, but these are all, and this is just scratching the surface of what's captured on his phone. I mean, this is sophisticated stuff, and he has sophisticated knowledge. He's taking photographs of all this as part of his work. This is his handiwork. And there's a lot of them. I would submit to you that the facts will show and common sense will dictate he knows how to stay under the radar. He lived at the home where his father was killed. It got too bad between him and his dad. He refers to that house in the Paladera residence with Yoko and her significant other and his dad and Andrea. Jonathan's prior girlfriend was there. He talked about it being a shit show, madhouse. He lived there for more than a couple of years. He knew how to get into that house and get out of that house. I'll thumb through these. And again, this is captured on his phone. There's a couple of tools back there. Drill. This is the home that Devyn and Devyn were living at prior to him getting kicked out. It's right here. It's on Porcupine. The person who lives there knows how to escape detection. Leave the front door, come around, you're on Rebecca Street. There's an even simpler route for a guy that's 6'4", 195 pounds. Right out the back door.
But they're wondering what it looks like we're 30 in 30 minutes. What was
This
it
is
like
there.
Yeah.
The results of the autopsy, homicidal violence, there's no real cause. No one knows for sure. Could have been a shooting. These are pictures on, and there's more, but these are just to let you see what was captured on Devyn's phone. If you look at this is telling. Look at the date. 8/7/23. Modified, that meant it was looked at the day his dad was killed, or the afternoon, the night following his dad being killed. He looked at that. These are swords that were found in the Porcupine residence. The police went in and searched the residence on 8/7/23. This was the residence that Devyn was living at with Devyn. Got samurai swords on the floor. There has been a lack of investigation, and again, this isn't bad cop, good cop. No, these are good men trying to do the best they can. But they make mistakes. They've been repeatedly lied to concerning the dynamic of a fairly complicated and salacious relationship. 2 instruments at least used to decapitate Johnathan, 1 manual tool and 1 power tool. Neither recovered. Coroner examination, tool mark analysis reveals characteristics consistent with the use of 2 tools. A hand-powered knife and mechanically powered saw. Something when someone does homes installations, security systems, entertainment systems would have and know how to use. Listen, the mechanics to decapitate a human being are difficult. I mean, you've got this complex systems, you've got the musculature, you have the veins, the arteries, you've got the trachea, you've got the vertebrae, very thick ligaments and cartilage. It takes a lot. Hand-powered saw can do it. What's interesting, and you will see, and it will play out, there's no blood spatter in the room consistent with use of power tool. Apparently there's an assumption that this decapitation occurred on the bed. I submit to you when you see the evidence, it's not consistent with that. You've got a power saw going in the neck there, and you're cutting through it, there's going to be stuff all over the place. They didn't find anything. No cuts or markings to linens, the blanket, or the mattress. Devyn is 5'3" and weighs 130 pounds, something like 120. And again, and this will be for the state, because it's the state and the state alone that has to prove this case. Defense doesn't have to prove anything. There had been surveillance cameras that been at the Paladura since 2021, and they were only taken down that evening. Johnathan was moving. We'll probably learn through the course of this trial who installed them. Safe to say it was probably Devyn. Ring was never subpoenaed for these videos. We've heard that perhaps it was wrong account information. The Michaels, Devyn Michaels residence, she was a homeowner that the home phone records were never subpoenaed. And see, this is significant because you can see on Devyn's phone that on the night of, and we don't know when this happened, wee hours of the morning, there had been calls from their home repeatedly. She was out late. She was with Johnathan. And at least for a time, Devyn was home with the kids. In fact, the same thing had happened the night before. She had been with Johnathan till 1 a.m. the previous day as well, when Devyn was presumably home, probably drinking. There's no blood or DNA analysis of the swords that Porcupine and Ring, but again, too, we don't take issue with it. It's probably a sawzall or another hand-powered saw was used. No gun residue testing of either Devyn or Devyn. No gun residue testing at Paladera. No blood on Devyn's clothes when Yoko sees her at 1 a.m. It was actually Yoko's habit to come down from downstairs. Jonathan's room, the room he was moving on and moving out of, was downstairs. And through the cell phone analysis, you're going to see that it was somewhat of a shit show at that house. It was a very cantankerous relationship between Johnathan and his mother. Don't drink, you're going to get pulled over. The autopsies results will show that fatty liver, and the guy's a heavy drinker. He had GHB in his system, he had marijuana in his system. The issue about the car keys and the wallet, Social Security guard being at the house that he's moving into, given not only Devyn's concern, but Yoko's concern. For most people, that may be a big deal, significant, where this guy, getting loaded, driving regularly, take his keys. Cell phone, part of the bunch. He was moving into that residence, and that's where the police found these things. That isn't evidence of motive. It's not evidence of murder. There is no blood on Devyn's clothes when she goes through the CVS drive, through the pharmacy. Their kids were home. They were home the prior nights. They were living with Devyn. There had been a custody dispute, but that had been now resolved through the rekindling their relationship. She lied about the sex that she was having with Devyn, or Devyn lied about the sex she was having with Devyn, and Devyn lied about the sex she was having with Johnathan. There's no blood on the clothes investigators recovered from Devyn's house. There's no blood on her. And I'm going to show you the video in just a few minutes that the state had showed, the still. This is the night before he is dead and decapitated. Watch that. This is her. And look at her shoes for a minute, please. Her shorts and her shirt. He's smiling. They're adjusting their clothes. And bear with me, this is about 1 minute and 20 seconds, but we want you to watch the whole thing. There's Johnathan. And she had spent this day with him and the girls. They were going school shopping, they were going Burlington, they were moving in things. The girls were there for good. And again, what motivation does she have to get rid of him? She had the girls all summer and was going to continue to have that. She tried to register him at school the next morning, but she wasn't able to. Unbeknownst to her, he was dead. She went back the next day and tried to register him. Look at his face. They're smiling at each other. He's smiling at her. Thanks, Mike. Did you just rewind that a little bit? Thank you. Here we go. Look at his face. Thank you. Oh, we skipped something. Just a second. Can we forward this just towards the end of it where Devyn's walking out? Again, look at the shoes. And this is before this beheading that the state's saying that she did. There goes Johnathan, and there she goes. Look at her shoes. Look at her shirt. Those are the shorts. CVS 227. After she leaves the Paladura house, the house that Johnathan is moving out of to move in with her, for them to be a family and rekindle this relationship, I'm going to have you believe that she's worried about stopping and picking up a prescription for her daughters. And she does that. She goes, tells the police she went to a 24-hour pharmacy because she had to get medication for girls at school. This is her rolling up. See, it's 228. If you look at the shirt. Same shirt. And this is after she's presumably gone through this arduous task of beheading Johnathan. She has the wherewithal to get a prescription after supposedly beheading a man. She arrives home shortly after that, and that's picked up on the cameras. This is the home. The police enter and photograph hours after this murder is alleged to have occurred. See down here on the right? See the shoes? Black shoes, white soles, middle of it. I think we focus up on one, but there's actually two there. These are the shoes that were worn when the man was beheaded hours before. There's another pair of shoes matching those that we saw in that video from Carol Hurst at 10 o'clock the night before. You know, you don't have to like her. You don't have to like the choices that she made. It was Benjamin Franklin that said that facts are stubborn things, and the state has the facts that they have. Look at the evidence. Look at the motivations. And find her not guilty. Thank you.
All right, so that was opening statements. And we have about an hour and a half to go, which will be perfect because I've got her interview and then her verdict, right? So I think the timing is going to be perfect. And it looks like it's going to be noon. It looked like they might do it at 11, but now that's been pushed out. So it does look like noon. So that's a little bit over an hour and a half. So this is actually going to be perfect. So let me get us over to her interview. You guys remember her interview where she's surrounded by those two guys, the two cops? It was a little weird, but let's see how we feel about it again. All right, so this is let's see, testimony and then interview. Testimony and Devyn's law enforcement interview. All right. All right, so here we go.
You solemnly swear or affirm the testimony about the giving this action shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
You may ask. Officer, please state your full name and spell it for the record.
Douglas, Douglas, Lionel, Lynaugh.
Thank you. Sir, what do you do for a living?
Excuse me. I'm a detective with the City of Henderson.
And which unit are you currently assigned to?
Robbery homicide.
How long have you been with robbery homicide?
About 6 years.
And how long have you been with the City of Henderson in total?
About 18 and a half years.
What did you do prior to joining robbery homicide?
Prior to robbery homicide, I was in the property unit. Prior to that was a criminal intelligence unit. Prior to that, problem solving unit. And then prior to that, patrol.
So kind of a wide range of experience in law enforcement, sir?
Yeah.
And as a robbery homicide detective, have you been the lead investigator on several cases and also a support investigator on several cases?
Yes.
Your team also is responsible for investigating officer-involved shootings within your department.
Yes, that's accurate.
So you have kind of a wide range of duties as a detective.
Correct.
In this particular case, were you enlisted in the support role on August 7th, 2023?
I was.
Did you respond to the initial scene?
I did.
Did you do a little video canvassing at that scene?
Yes, I did. And then just some work up on the individuals involved.
Okay. And fair to say that Detective Ozawa kind of led the investigation, or he was the one divvying up duties?
Correct.
Did you become involved in an interview with a person by the name of Devyn Michaels on August 15th of 2023?
Yes, that's true.
And where did that occur, sir?
At the Henderson Police Station, the main station.
And on that date, had the defendant already been arrested prior to you making contact with her?
Yes.
Who did you make contact with her? Who were you with?
Another detective?
Yes.
Detective Rick Christopher.
Okay. And was that conducted in an interview room at the station?
It was actually done in a conference room in the investigative bureau.
Was that both audio and video recorded?
It was.
Was the video recording the kind of the primary, and then the audio was a backup?
Correct.
And in fact, during the video portion, like over an hour in or around an hour in, the video loses storage space, correct?
Correct.
But you did have an audio backup running.
Yes.
Okay, so we might transition as we play once we get to the end of the video. And Judge, I would move for the admission of Sergeant Mark. Most of this is sorry, it's on the envelope. I move the admission of 621 and 621A.
Any objection to 621 and 621A?
Outside of what's on the address, no, Your Honor.
Okay, those will be admitted.
May I publish 621?
Yes.
Pause that. Detective, it looks like it's a little over an hour, about an hour and 15 minutes. Can you see the bottom right?
Yes. Correct.
Okay. And so we're going to play this in its entirety, and then there is a small portion at the end where it's just audio, correct?
Correct.
We will transition at that time. This particular interview room, did it have a recorder set up in it already, or did you record this?
The video?
Yes.
No, it was just a video camera that we placed into the room.
Got it. Understood. May I, Judge?
Yes.
Just going to skip ahead a little bit. Pause it here, 2 minutes and 9 seconds. What is this little thing right here?
That's an audio recorder.
That's your backup there?
Correct.
Yeah. So we're going to take your handcuffs off and then we're going to move it from. Okay, so it's a little warmer for you. Okay? So just, maybe can I step forward a little bit? See if I know you want anything or anything like water or something? Yeah. He's at one more. Yeah, I see. Hey, let's switch forward a little bit. You ready for the other day? Was that your search on the just give a minute to some person back and we'll talk, okay? Need water or anything? No? I'm all good. Do you know what's going on, or do you understand what's going on? But you understand severity and what's actually occurring?
Because I said I didn't murder Sean. I would say that.
Get into it and just. It is August 15, 2023. It is 6:54 p.m. We met once before. Obviously, you don't remember. You can't point out the coworker and Christopher. Earlier today, you were advised what your rights are. I'm just going to advise you again, just so you fully understand that. All right. You do have the right to remain silent. If you give up that right, anything you say can will be used against you in court of law. You have the right to speak to an attorney before answering any questions, and have the attorney press up while you answer any questions. If you cannot afford an attorney will be provided at no cost to you. If you decide to answer any questions now, you may stop at any time and ask to speak with an attorney before questioning continues. If you decide to stop answering questions once you have begun, all questioning will stop. You understand that? Okay. So, there's been, you've given a handful of different statements and a handful of different stories along the way, and that's just what we're trying to clear up, so. Okay? You understand that? So do you want to start from on the 6th? You were hanging out with John and doing some shopping? Yes?
Yes.
Okay. Describe that day to me. You know, the clip number.
Simple day.
Okay.
Shopping, got girls some supplies. Clothes, shoes. That was it. It was a very easy, pleasant day for the most part.
Okay. And then at night, John was moving in with you?
John was moving the girls' stuff to my house. It wasn't until he had actually moved everything over until I realized he was moving some of his things over.
Okay.
I'm going to pause there, 7 minutes, 18 seconds. And Your Honor, if I may inquire with the jury, if everyone can hear all the voices?
Can you guys hear the voices?
Okay. Detective, you had just asked about John and the moving situation, and is it true that the subject said that she had just learned that he was actually moving in, essentially?
Correct.
Okay. And you can see 3 people in the room. You are on the right.
Yes.
On the left is Detective Richard Christopher.
Correct.
In the center is whom?
Devyn Michaels.
And you see that person in court today?
I do.
Can you please point to that person, describe an article of clothing she's wearing today?
Black and white shirt.
Would the record reflect identification, Judge?
The record is on the record.
Thank you. I will resume.
Had been telling me he was going to move, but that happened months ago back and forth that he hadn't actually moved in here, so I didn't put any stock into it. So when he moved some of his things over, that's when I realized he was actually moving his things. Yes, I remember talking to John about it. Yes, I remember talking to other people about it. But until that moment, it really wasn't something that was going to take place. Because at one point, a few times, he said he wasn't going to move. And it had happened more than one time, so I just took it as it was.
Okay. So you said earlier that you're shopping. You invited him over to drop off a last load for the night?
Yes.
Okay.
He assisted in his truck.
Okay. And you rode with him?
We rode with him all.
Okay.
He wanted to take his truck because the trailer has his information on it and he said it's free advertising.
Oh, was the trailer loaded as well, or just the truck?
And at that time, the trailer was loaded later on that evening by John and John alone.
Okay. And did that make his way over to your house?
Yes. And that's when I found out what he had actually loaded up. It was supposed to have been the girls' things up on the bed, dressed for some clothes, and it turned out to be a lot more than that.
Okay. How did you feel?
Buildings were right. There was more tools and DVDs than anything. So it really wasn't too much to feel bad about. It was just a whole bunch of extra crap that I had to.
Were you shocked or surprised that he was actually moving?
Yeah.
Okay. Was it somewhat confrontational or anything like that? Because now he's moving stuff that you didn't expect?
No, because like I said, it's tools, DVDs, and she brought his guns over.
Okay.
That was for the most part.
Okay. So after getting those, what happens?
We went back to his house.
The both of you? Okay. About what time was that?
About 9.
About 9? Okay, and then now you're going back to his house? Are the girls with you or are they at home? Okay. And what happens then?
the back of the car.
You were that Nissan SUV?
Yes.
Okay.
I was at 88. I smoked, drank some more.
After you left? Okay.
Going home, showering, going to bed.
Okay. So, he wanted some sort of sexual encounter with you?
That wasn't going to happen. I had him. He was not dead.
Okay.
That's when the girl came down. I spoke with her. And like I said, afterwards I left.
Okay. Have you recently had a sexual intimate relationship with him?
Recently,
Well, within the past month, obviously he's moved back in, you were speaking. Have
he's
you?
asked me for sexual favors, yes, but no, we have not had intercourse, no.
Okay. Well, because part of the reason we've been told otherwise by other people that he was telling other people that we do that. That's why we're trying to clarify some of this up.
No, we have not had intercourse.
Okay, have you done other things like cunnilingus, any type of foreplay or anything like that?
Most he said was a hand job.
You two moving in together, was there a expectation that you were going to be in a relationship together? Or?
Sure, he expected it, but he's quite aware that I'm not able to do anything. I was not trying to have sex with him.
Okay. So he's asking for sex, you say no.
As usual.
Okay. And then from there, what happens?
I gave him a back massage on his back.
I mean, it's obviously you're quite a bit smaller than he is. How did you pop his back?
He was laying on the ground and pushed again, 4 line, 37, supposed to off.
Okay, so you're straddling his lower back area, something like that, or standing up, something?
Yes.
Okay, and you're just pushing his back, he's out. Okay, and where was that? In the bedroom or the?
Floor of his room, yes.
I'm sorry,
On the floor of his room.
the floor of his room? Okay. And then from there, what happens?
He went to go smoke again. He came back in and was laying on his bed. And he had me rubbing his back. That's when I was rubbing his back. And that's when Yoko was coming down the stairs.
So are you using anything? Like,
How was he positioned on the bed when you were rubbing the back?
Laying down on the bed.
But how, is he up next to the headboard? Is he laying long ways? Is he laying opposite of the headboard?
He's laying more towards the bottom of the bed.
Okay, so let's do this. Let's have you draw the bed and show us, you see a figure, how he's laying on the bed.
So that
where's his head in that?
Yeah. Okay, so I'm just gonna free you. I'm just gonna say that's the bed and this is the headboard. Okay? So obviously for headboard purposes, these would be pillows. This is where somebody would lay your head. So you drew a line across. Now I don't know words in your mouth, so I want you to correct me if I say something that's wrong. He's laying across the bed, is that right? Okay. Which side would be his head? This side, so closest to the edge of the bed, or your left, laying on it, the right side.
There's like a wall and like a makeshift closet on the side of your bed.
So I'm just going to circle for it. Is that correct? So he was laying this way. Where exactly the back, brother?
On this side.
So you were on the bed?
Yes.
Between the headboard and him?
Yes.
So I'm on the X for you. Does that sound about fair?
Yes.
Were you on top of him, kind of sitting on his butt, or?
Pausing at 1601. Approach. Showing you states 12, sir. Do you recognize that?
I do.
What does that appear to be?
The hand-drawn photo that was just depicted right there.
I move for the admission of that.
Any objection to that?
No objection.
That would be opinion.
So, Detective, we just witnessed this, but I just want to clarify. As Detective Christopher was assisting, obviously Miss Michaels was in handcuffs up front. He was kind of helping her.
Correct.
And asking for her instruction on where everything went, right?
Yes.
And this up here being the headboard where the pillows are?
Correct.
What does the X represent?
Where she was sitting?
And then this at the bottom represents where John was, correct?
Correct. With the circle being his head.
With the circle being his head. Now, there is a folder sitting on the table as you're interviewing her, correct?
Yes.
That folder was closed.
Yes.
That contained a couple of the photos of John dead, missing his head in the bed.
Correct.
Those were not shown to her prior to this drawing, correct?
No, they were not.
They're shown later, we'll see that. And that
Yes.
will be the first time she will have seen those.
Correct.
Resuming.
Back running, or were you on the side?
On this side.
On the side, okay. Any lotions or oils or anything like that? Okay. I mean, just for this instance, did you introduce lotions or oils or anything like that later on? Okay, so just when we talk about this incident here, not the past or anything else like that, okay? So this is going on. Now what happens?
He was rubbing on me, and like I said, Michael's coming down the stairs.
So in the house, there's stairs to go to the second floor, and then there's like the, we'll say, kitchen dining. Okay, so downstairs into the, we'll call it makeshift John's bedroom. Not those couple little stairs there, but the stairs from upstairs down. Okay. And how do you know this? Did you hear when somebody walks up down the stairs? Okay. How do you know it's her, not the stepfather?
I mean, he's just usually when I've been there before, so he should call, so I just.
Okay, and just to clarify, what voice do you hear?
This house.
What is this? Okay. Have you ever lived in this house?
No,
Okay. So John and Andrea have been together for 5-6 years or so. Have you been at this house during that time, before or after? Okay. So it's, how long has John lived at this house? I know his parents been there a long time.
been on for years.
Okay.
And I don't even live there. We separated and moved out.
Okay. All right. So you're giving a massage. He's face down.
Yes.
You said he's rubbing on you?
Yes. He's rubbing on my body.
Okay. How's he doing that? Like,
Yes.
was it?
Trying to reach backwards.
Is he saying anything to you?
No, just he said it feels good and he's happy.
Are you replying to any of that? Are you saying anything to him?
No, I'm just trying to rub his back.
Does he, what does he wear at that time?
Yeah, his boxer shorts on at the time.
What color were his boxer shorts?
Either black or a darker color.
Darker color. Okay, so nothing else, it's just boxers. Okay. What's on the bed? Comforters or anything like that, you know?
I just
Blankets? Do you know what the blankets look like? White blankets? Okay. Is his head resting on the bed, or is it off the bed? It's on the bed. Okay. So it's obviously if he's talking and stuff like that, his face is in the bed. Is that what you feel one way or another? Okay. He's rubbing on you, or is this making you upset or uncomfortable or something?
Visually to bother me.
Okay.
What bothers you about it?
That he's still pursuing sex, you know. Maybe he just isn't going to turn away or anything like that. So, trying to do something.
Well, but you're still giving him a back rub, correct?
Because I know he has some girls. And I know that can keep him from me to a point. Yeah, maybe she can keep him away from me. But she has been before.
You love your girl, don't you?
Very much so.
With all your heart?
Yes, not to murder.
I wouldn't say that. I'm just asking that you love them with all your heart. That has nothing to do with her.
Sorry.
Okay.
Is that why you're asking me back in to have, is it currently, or we'll say at this time, he had full custody?
No, we both had temporary joint custody. He filed to get sole custody, and he never showed up, so his motion was denied.
I thought CPS revoked or took your parental rights away for that.
They did.
Okay, that's what I'm referring to.
And that case was closed, and we had temporary joint custody. And he was supposed to file custody, and he never showed up.
When was that?
That was in April.
Okay.
So his motion was denied.
Okay.
That's where it left it. We'll have temporary joint custody. He had physical custody of the girls.
Okay, so you got legal custody, legal joint. He had physical custody. What was his visitation like?
Based on CPS, I was supposed to see the girls for supervised visits for therapy sessions only. And he never enrolled them. I enrolled them, and that was it. And he said he didn't want to go to the courts anymore. We're going to be one happy family. And we were actually working towards it. We were not perfect, but we were getting along.
You kind of slurred a little bit while you were telling that story. What kind of brought that emotion out?
Because when it was all said and done, when he needed something, I was helping him. No matter how much he did something, I was helping him. And everything said, thank you for helping me, thank you for helping me. And it's like, I was literally trying my best to put it back together with my family.
Go back to your family or to your girl's side?
Because my girls wanted everybody to belong. It was like,
Your girls,
yes, sir.
not what you wanted. Understandable.
So you said the CPS case was closed down
Yes, sir. Back in February.
after February?
Yes.
Okay. I'm just having a hard time with what it is. So you didn't want to be with John, but you wanted the family back, so you need your girls back.
I didn't want to be in a physical, sexual relationship with John. Me hanging out with John was fine. We got along well enough for that. Like, we went on picnics together, we did all of the shopping together, we watched movies together. We got along just fine for that.
Okay. But you mentioned that he could keep your kids from you. How would he do that?
Because he he had the physical custody of that's all. I had legal showing that he had the physical custody. So like on Father's Day, he got mad at everyone and said, "F this, go pack up the girl stuff, bring it back."
So ultimately, he had the upper hand.
So he's said yes.
Right.
That's what
He basically called the shots.
sometimes yes.
How did you feel when it came to your daughters?
It made me feel that, okay, don't piss them off.
So, made you feel like you had no power.
I just didn't argue with them.
Because you want to make it worse.
It wasn't a worse situation, I just didn't argue with them.
Well, you just didn't want him to keep irritating you. Right?
He wasn't keeping them from me, but he always kept trying to threaten that. Like,
So that was always an option you had.
he would threaten me, yeah, but it seemed like he wanted me to keep the girls because it made it easier for him to work. Because I had him so he could work.
Okay. So you discussed with, we'll call him Dev, because of your current husband. He was moving out, or what was the?
When we first talked about it, he made it clear he did not want to be the same under the job.
Okay.
Because nothing came to be, it wasn't really a conversation we had more than once. Like I said, John didn't actually take any actions towards it. So, yeah, John was kind of a bit interfered and said he would move out. But John hadn't moved in, so it wasn't our conversation. I am not trying to make myself out to be anything other than what I am. Yes, I hate John.
Let's talk about that. He's laying here, got a massage. He's rubbing on you. You said at some point you feel uncomfortable.
Yeah, he was starting to get on my nerves because he kept grabbing on me. I've already said no, stop touching me.
Okay. Then what happens?
I hit him, he stopped touching me.
What'd you do?
Some staff thing that was on the fireplace.
Okay. So the fireplace in the same room.
Yes.
So he's laying on the bed. You get off the bed. Walk over to the fireplace. What do you grab?
The staff.
The one, sir.
I don't know what it's called. It's
Describe it.
it looks like a candle holder.
A candle holder?
I don't know, it was square. It was, I can't remember the shape. I don't know how to describe it.
Okay.
So is it, and how long is it? Are we talking short?
Shorter than that.
Shorter than that?
A little bit more of this one. At the inside of this.
How much was your chair?
At the inside.
Okay. So,
Yes.
and same thickness throughout the length, is that correct?
Started just like a square thing at the top and square thing at the bottom.
Okay, so the candle holder, something on the ground the candle sits on? Is that
Something. That's what it looked like.
okay? And what color was it?
Wooden color.
Like black, or was it like a dark brown, or black? That had like black coating on it?
I would say real black color.
Okay. And just out of the middle of the massage, you get up and you walk over to the fireplace. Does he say anything to you? So raise the bed, did you say, hey, I'll be right back? Don't move? You just got up and walked over.
I got up and I walked back.
Okay, and what happened after that? Where were you standing when you did it?
I was sitting in the bed.
In the same position?
So you got back in the same position, just for clarification purposes, back where you originally gave the back massage, between the headboard, correct? What was direction was the tent facing? So facing away from you. Okay. Where exactly did you hit him? Okay, so if he's facing away from you, I don't know words you know, so if I say anything that's incorrect, please stop me and correct me. Okay? So he's facing away from you, say you hit him in the head. So if I'm facing away from you, did you hit him like in the ear, or at the top, or in the front, or in the back? Okay. Well, you can't guess, you were there. Right?
I'm just not positive for anyone actually struck it.
Okay, so that's fair enough. So there's no lights on the bird. Correct? Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. Is there light on by indication? So is there any ambient light whatsoever coming into the room, or is it just pitch dark?
It's dark.
It's dark. Okay. So how do you know what you grab when you walk over to the fireplace?
I'm just going by what I remember.
Okay, what was that? So you hit him somewhere around the ear or something like that. You believe, correct? That's safe to say. How many times did you hit him?
One.
Okay. How hard did you hit him?
Not sure how to answer that.
Okay, so
As hard as you could, like,
did you use all of your hands?
Okay.
One hand, two hands, right hand, left hand,
My right hand.
your right hand. Okay? Did you say anything before you hit him?
Stop.
Stop. Why did you say stop?
He kept touching me.
Okay.
what does he say?
He didn't say anything. He stopped moving. But he was still breathing.
Okay, so you hit him. He's still breathing, but he completely stops moving.
His hands stopped moving, yes.
Okay. And did he say anything else after that?
That's when I heard you open and running the door.
Okay. And what did he say? Or excuse me, what did she say or what did you say?
We were just talking about it, and she was asking me about, can you help John give me some money for the insurance, and he hasn't paid this, and also just,
Okay, did she want to go talk to him? So how did you get her to go back upstairs?
I didn't get her all that was she walked upstairs.
Okay, so why did she come downstairs?
She went into the kitchen, I didn't tell her to come downstairs, she came downstairs.
So why did you go and talk to him?
Because they were in the kitchen.
So you see her walk in and just have a conversation with her?
I didn't know.
Okay, what happened after she went back upstairs?
My stuff in the car and I left.
You put what stuff in the car?
My bag.
Okay, where'd you have the bag?
The keys, my all this stuff.
You talking like a purse, or you had like a purse?
It's like a backpack, yes. Like a purse.
Okay, the line. Okay. I've seen your house, things are decorated and stuff. I think if you walked over and grabbed a candlestick or something that resembles a candlestick, you would understand what that is. Right? So, what did you actually grab?
I don't know what it was. I said that's what it seems like. I don't know what you call it because it wasn't my house.
Okay, so what did you do with it?
It was on the bedroom on the floor. I don't know. I gotta have that.
Okay. You did not have that. So let's try again. Okay, this shit's about to get real. Okay? I'm going to explain something to you. There's about 40 years of law enforcement experience in this room right now. And that doesn't include you. Does that make sense? Okay. Don't play what's going on. Okay? Okay, well, I'm just going to be direct with you. Alright? We're talking about your father's kid, or the father's your children, is no longer here. And you were the last person that was with him. You were the last person to use force on him. Does that make sense? So the shit's getting real. I'm not trying to be disrespectful to you, but the games are over. And you should look at that picture because that's the last position you saw him in. And that's the position we saw him in when we was that house. Does that make sense? So cut the shit and let's get down to the nitty-gritty and start answering some questions for us. Come tell us the same bullshit that you felt defendant was out. You have the rest of your life ahead of you right now. You have a big decision to make right now. A huge decision that can ultimately affect your two little girls. The whole time that we've been sitting here having this conversation with you, you had this defeated look. This can go one or two ways. When we write this report, we're going to say Devyn was non-remorseful, not even emotional.
Sir,
You don't have to call me sir, all right? We're beyond that, all right?
I don't know your name.
It's Rick Christopher, okay? My apologies, because I assume that he introduced myself even though I wasn't in the room, all right? So as we move forward, my question to you before we even get into details is if there's no light in that room, you described something to me that you picked up. So there's only that is one thing. When you took it with you, or you hid it, you saw it in light. So somehow there came light, and you saw the object. Because we know it was not on the bed, and we know it was not on the floor. So that's the stuff that I'm talking about. Does that make sense? So where is it? Okay, so where is it? Where did you put it? Where did you put it?
Devyn, you keep looking at this bed like you're reliving this situation right here. This happens right here. You hear Yogo coming down the stairs. You no longer coming in here. Because you just hit it in the head with this candlestick that you so say. Right? That's not what I'm saying. This right here. You don't want her coming down, but you just hit him and knocked him out. Because he's there.
Yes.
So you rush up to the kitchen? Yes?
Yeah, I would tell the doctor, yes.
Okay. And you say, oh, he's drunk, told him to sleep it off, or whatever, not to come down there. And then she goes upstairs. That's at 1 o'clock, right? You go back down there. You're there for an hour and 4 minutes. There's video or anything else from the neighborhood, everything around there. We know exactly what time you left. We had tracks from your car going from the Boulder address, John's address, all the way back to your house and everything else. So we know exactly what time you left, what time you got home. So you're there for an hour and 4 minutes. You didn't just get out of there. They talk about the cleaning supplies, the ammonia and stuff like that, that you said that you saw them. Like, oh yeah, I just saw them.
Anything clean supplies and shop.
Okay, what is that?
I don't know anything about clean supplies and shop. She did ask me. I didn't know anything about that. And I just said that before.
Okay, so you saw the cleaning supplies.
Yes, there were some on the floor by the bathroom in the laundry room area, yes.
Okay, so John's right here. You hit him. He lays there. You go out. Now we have an hour where you just don't remember what you had. What did you go back there and do?
Just cleaning up the dishes and things.
Cleaning up the dishes in his room?
That's what I was doing when I gave everything to go, yes.
No, after you open.
No, I was just cleaning.
What were you cleaning?
The dishes and everything.
Stop. What's everything?
Just clean.
What were you cleaning?
I was literally just cleaning up the area. When I left, when I hit him, he was breathing. I didn't
How do you know he's breathing?
You can tell the person's breathing.
Okay.
The chest goes up and down.
Okay. You said it was dark.
You can still know when someone's breathing.
In the dark.
It's not pitch dark, but yeah, it's not.
So you can't see a area on his head because it's so dark, but you can see his chest moving? You can't see what you grab off the shelf because it's so dark when you walk over, but then you can see him breathing?
Yeah, you can see some person breathing. Your eyes can adjust.
Oh, then your eyes should have adjusted before all of this.
I just don't know the exact spot.
Okay.
Ask me, I said, I'm not
So
positive.
right hand or left hand you use?
Right, sir. Yes,
Right. Okay, well, I'm just trying to clarify, so I don't say that that's wrong.
I already said I don't feel wrong about it, but I didn't murder him.
Why did you get it? To the place? Pain on you?
You can't leave me alone.
Okay, you got up and walked away. Why did you get up and walk out? You could let you on out there, right? Why did you say that? Okay.
You got up, walked over there, and walked back, and you never said anything to him. Were you attempting to get off the bed, right?
It wasn't like that.
What was it like? What was it like? So, you mean to tell us you hit him in the head right here where you're showing this, and he doesn't move from there?
Right, but I didn't take off because I wanted to make sure he was breathing.
Okay, so you hang around for an hour and 4
Not an
minutes.
hour, I did not know I was there alone.
Okay, it doesn't matter if you know it or not, you were there. You were there for an hour and 4 minutes hanging around with somebody you just hit in the head to make sure that they're doing okay. Do you recall any of those or anything? Did you go over physically touch him or check out or anything?
Yes, I did touch him.
Did he say anything to you?
No,
Why?
because he was unconscious.
Did you ever trigger a better blade?
To a breathing person.
Who was unconscious? From law enforcement to that. Don't look at like those two questions, it's a valid question.
Did you roll him from his back to his front wall? How did you check on her?
I just felt him, I felt he was breathing. But
Okay.
when I saw him, he was breathing, so I was like, okay, he's all right.
Okay, so you're hanging out in this room for an hour. No, you aren't. Unless you're running around, going back and inside and outside of the room, but that's what you're doing.
Yeah.
Okay, so describe to me what you're doing during this time. And don't say clean.
I don't know, I just kept moving around. I just kept moving.
Just kept moving around.
Is it because you were in a panic?
So I guess
Understand? That was on you. Head firing in a panic.
I was afraid that I actually just hurt him, maybe a lunch or something like that.
Okay, let me ask you this, were you in a panic because you knew you hurt him and he was in severe life-threatening
No, sir.
injuries?
No, sir. No.
I really want to ask because I've been doing this too long to understand what went on.
So
It's fine.
You didn't know him.
Okay, explain.
That, and then he would be the nicest person in the world, and then try to do everything he could to help.
Okay, so you have some resentment towards him.
Yes, but it wasn't for me, it was for my others.
There should be some dislike towards that person. I understand that. That's reality. I get that. But for you not to go into detail on exactly what happened, other than the fact that you gave him, is not going to help you out. I'm telling you that.
I cannot
You
remember.
have amnesia. Do you take medication for memory loss?
Yes, I do.
Okay, what type of medication do you take?
I don't know the names of it, but I do take medication.
Who's your doctor that prescribes that? What history is?
My medical history, but yes, I do take medication for seizures, headaches, memory loss, sights, all sorts of crap.
Okay, so is there a possibility that you could have not been in your right frame of mind while you were there that night? because of all the medications you were on?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So when people are on medications that come home to their thinking, sometimes they do things that they don't believe that they're doing. Does that make sense?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So now leading you, sounds like that could be a possibility, that night in question.
I just don't remember. They were telling me things that happened, like I don't remember doing that. You're saying I was there that long.
We know you were there. We were trying to explain to you we had videos of answer you leading.
Hear you? But I remember talking to Yoko, getting my stuff, leaving, going to the pharmacy and going home.
But Devyn, what you don't understand is this, you know you're under arrest, okay? There is going to be a police report, and it's going to have the interviews that we have with you.
Do you think anybody believes that he was laying here, you hit him in the head, you don't know what you do for an hour and 4 minutes, you leave, he's found in the exact same spot, dead, then you're like, oh, I don't know.
No, but the hitting him didn't feel real. Like I don't.
I understand. So you're not in the right frame of mind, maybe because your medications, that will make it feel like it's not real.
No, but everything, like, all of this feels like a nightmare, like a dream. Like, I remember being with him, and him, I was talking and everything like that, but the actual, it does not feel real. I don't feel I was there that long. I remember being there, yoga, pharmacy, home. I thought I was home at like 2 something. You guys were saying it was
2:42.
Yeah, I promise you.
Okay. So what did you do last night? After you get home?
I got home, I got a shower, I went to bed.
No, you didn't. How long did you sleep for?
About 2 hours.
Because you get home at 2:42, you're texting John's phone saying, oh, I can't find this, or where's this? And then, like, remember, we took your phone, we took his phone, so we did all these downloads. I've read text messages between you, Dev, everyone else, things like that.
About 2 hours.
Okay, it was if you got home and showered and then went to bed, then be about 1 hour. Then you would have been able to sleep and wake up and start looking. Is that? So it doesn't look like you slept at all that night.
I said about 2 hours, so I'm not severely off, but you guys are telling me I'm there for a long time, and I know for a fact that's not what is.
Yes, that is exactly. You can say, I don't think I was there that long, and I don't remember.
I don't remember, and in my recollection, it was not like that. I remember talking to Yoko, giving her the keys, picking up my stuff, and walking out the door. I picked up one more thing and left. I do not remember any of this. They told me, they asked me, where's his head? And until then, I didn't know anything about that. They're like, well, didn't Devyn tell you? No, Devyn didn't tell me anything about that. Well, did he leave that night? No, I don't remember Devyn leaving, but I don't remember anything. I just remember going home and everything. I don't remember really driving to the damn pharmacy. I just remember being at the pharmacy.
Okay. They told you he was decapitated. He had his head cut off. Yes. And they said you did not even blink.
Because it doesn't sound believable. Who does that?
I don't know. You tell us. That's it. It's this whole thing. Remember, everything you're saying does not make sense. I was here. I did this. Do you think anybody's going to believe I hit her in the head and I left? I took his. How did when did he give you that wallet that you claimed it was given to you earlier?
They said to me Social Security cards.
And when was that?
Around the time he was eating.
So at night?
Yes.
Okay. He has one key to the truck.
I didn't know that.
Okay, so why would he give you the one key to his truck when he's supposed to be over there in 2 hours? And his wallet. Yeah, because he's supposed to come over with you in the morning to take the kids to the...
In the morning. So
So how was he supposed to get to your house then?
I don't think I was supposed to take them. I know I was supposed to take the social security card, but the other stuff I don't think I was supposed to take.
Why were they in your underwear or wrapped up in one of the bags?
Because when he gave them to me, I didn't realize what I was taking, and I just put them away and said, keep them safe.
That's not normal.
You just said, when he gave them to me, but I don't think I was supposed to take these.
No, I said in hindsight. I literally said in hindsight, I don't think I was supposed to take those. The social security card he gave me, the other cards he gave me, you could see that on the surveillance camera, he hands me the card. But those ones, I don't think I was supposed to take them out of the house. I think I was just supposed to put them up, and then in the morning, he was supposed to go and get them. That's what I said. In hindsight, I don't think I was supposed to.
Well, why did you wrap them on the bags if it wasn't hiding in your dress report?
I wrapped them up. I don't think I was supposed to bring those with me.
You're not answering my question. Why were they wrapped up in plastic bags and put in your underwear?
I wrapped them up right then and there in front of them.
Why didn't you just put them on your dresser?
One tied, another tied, another tied. It wasn't like one of them tied. It was repeatedly wrapped over and over. This was a thoughtful process. Put it in there, tie it up. Put it in another bag, tie it up.
Right. Like I said, I didn't realize what I had at the time. And he's saying keep them safe, so I'm wrapping everything up and I'm hiding it.
For what reason?
I don't know. He didn't say anything. He gave me this. He says keep it safe. It was the social security card.
The social security card was in your black backpack.
Right. I didn't even get a chance to put that away.
So you take that, put that in this not safe spot. The only thing that he asked you to keep safe, you keep in your backpack. But the stuff that you were not supposed to take, you wrapped up 8 separate times in a bag.
Do you not understand?
No, I don't.
I got home. It was late. I showered. I went to bed. That was it. In the morning, I would have sorted through everything. I would have talked to John, and everything would have been figured out.
None of that makes sense. If you
None of it makes any sense to me at all.
okay, if you expect anybody else, the jury, a judge, or the general public, to believe anything what you're saying?
No, because I don't understand any of it. You guys are asking me questions about everything.
What does that look like to you? You don't know?
This is John?
That's what this John was in when you last saw him?
Yeah, but he had his boxers on.
But they didn't have his boxers on.
I don't know, he had his boxers on. His boxers were black boxer briefs. He had boxer briefs on.
That's what I'm talking about. This shit's getting real. Keep looking at that. Take another look at this. This is reality we're talking about. Think long and hard about your decisions on how you go forward with explaining the bullshit that you're giving us right now. Nobody's going to believe you.
I understand.
Then tell us where the object is that you used to do this. Tell us where it's at.
Do this.
Then who did?
I don't know.
That's not good enough. You did that.
No, I didn't.
Yes, you did.
No, I didn't.
Then prove it.
How do I prove that?
Because you were the last person to see him alive. And you were the last person with him. You did that. That's reality. Look at that picture. He's gone.
This is the exact spot where you left it. What do you think people are going to see this, and what do you think they're going to think of you? gotta be eating you up. Holding this in has just gotta be fucking eating you alive. You have to be going nuts.
For the sake of your daughters, tell us where the weapon is at so we can recover it, and there can be some closure for your two daughters when they grow up for the rest of their lives. You owe it to them. That is their father. You owe it to them. Stop. Go ahead and say it. Stop. It's not good enough. Tell me something that I can go research to know that you didn't do this. Give me some evidence that I can go follow up with so I can help you in front of a jury of 6 or 12. Look at the photo. Your children will never see him again. Ever. And that's a choice that you decided. You decided for them.
That's the exact spot where you said he's at, right? You left him there. You hit him in the head. He's unconscious, not moving.
But there wasn't this much blood. Where I left, he wasn't bleeding like that.
No, this is because it emptied out after you cut his head off.
I didn't cut his head off.
Well, look at it.
No, I didn't.
Okay. Explain how this happened.
I don't know. I can't cut a person's head off.
But you hit him with a stick. Is there a chance that that could have been a knife of some sort? Why? How do you know? It's dark. Doesn't make sense, does it? There is no doubt in my mind that you did that. You owe it to your girls to have a closure. We want to know where the object is that you used to do this. Where is the object? Tell us where the object is at right now so we can start working closure for your daughters.
I do have to know. If you were angry with me, I don't know.
Do you expect anybody to believe that? Listen, just listen to that. Listen to exactly that, what you just said. I don't remember. I wasn't there that long. We can prove 100% you were there that long. You remember everything else. You remember going to the CVS, getting your daughter's prescription, getting home. Oh, I showered. I started looking for school supplies. I started doing all this. I remember everything except the hour and 4 minutes after I cracked him in the head. His cell phone is at his house. You leave, drive back to your house. His cell phone now gets back to your house and has blood on it. It was not left at your house. Conveniently.
No.
Yes, conveniently.
No.
There's no possible chance that you would forget taking somebody, cutting their head off, going to dispose of this.
Fathom doing that. Hitting a person is one thing,
Yeah, it is.
but to do this is something completely different.
Believe me, I know. That's why you're sitting here. You sat here this whole time and made these faces and stuff like that, not to shed a single tear.
I've been crying all damn day.
Really?
Yes, I have.
Okay, because they said when they showed you and told you that he was decapitated, you didn't even blink.
They didn't show me he was decapitated. They told me. And I don't know how to feel about this. This is disgusting. It is utterly disgusting, and you're telling me I did it. No, I didn't do this.
You did this. We're beyond that.
No.
Well, you can be in denial all you want. That's not going to help you. You can deny it all you want. But we've been doing this too long to explain to you. We're giving you an opportunity to save face for you and the rest of your family. We're giving you that opportunity. But for you to sit here and deny that he did that, we're beyond that. We are so beyond that. There is no doubt in our mind that we can prove this in a court of law with a jury. You did this. However, you have an opportunity to save faith and have closure for your daughters to tell us where the weapon is. And don't sit here and say, I don't know. Where's the last place that you put it? Don't say, I don't know. Because just like Detective Flannel said, is you were very descriptive up to and very descriptive afterwards. However, there's that hour, or that window that you were with him, which you said you were in a panic. No shit, you were in a panic. I would be in a panic too. You remember what you did, so tell us what you did. I know it's weighing on you. I can see it all over your face. You're going to feel better once you get it off your chest. Nobody is here to pass judgment on you. Not a single person.
You haven't stopped staring at that picture since we put it down.
So.
Okay, and I know whoever you're praying to is telling you to do the right thing and tell us what we're asking. Tell us the answer to it. You're going to feel better. I'm telling you right now. You're going to feel better. And you can start to have closure and you can start moving on. Because that is the right thing to do. And you know it's the right thing to do. I know you know that. I know you're a good person.
There has to be a reason why it's happened. And if you could explain that, it'd be a lot better off for you.
Then look at me. I know you're a good person. And listen, look at me. I know we can't change this. I know we can't. Nobody can. But you can do the right thing and close it the right way. You truly can. I know you can. You are a good person. Do the right thing.
Is this how you want your girls to remember you? Or do you want to have a reason and an explanation on why it happened? So why? Why did it have to happen like this? What led up to this? What caused you to do this? Did something escalate in this room, or is this room passed, or what? Why did this happen?
It's okay to cry. It's okay to show emotion. It's going to be okay. It truly is. It's going to be okay. Do the right thing. You're a good person. Do the right thing. We're going to get through this together. We're not against you by no means. We're going to get through this together, but you have to help us. You have to help us, allow me to help you. You're a good person, Devyn. I'm telling you, I know you are. You're not a monster. You're not a bad person. But you need to start doing the right thing right now. This is where you change things and make things right.
This had to have a reason. You guys, your girls remember you as this.
Let's take the reason out of it, okay, for right now. Okay? Where is the object? Just tell us where the object is. That's all we're asking. Right now, let's take small steps. Devyn, please. I'm begging you. I'm trying to help you. I'm sincerely trying to help you. Don't go down that road. It's not fair to you or your kids. No, I understand. But you're not allowing us to go through this together. You put up this wall when you're in denial. This is reality, as I said before. This is not going away. But you have an opportunity right now to make things right for yourself. To start moving in a right direction. You start to have an opportunity for closure for his parents, for your children. Understand what? Lord, this is simply amazing. In my 22-year career, this is amazing to hear you sit here and say that. Listen.
Maybe it's because I didn't get rid of it.
Are your fingerprints or DNA going to be on either one of those bottles?
I do not know.
Why not?
Let me guess, you don't remember.
I read that one. I don't get any.
Where would you move these from?
It was in the hallway of the lane.
This is the hallway right here.
Right, but it's like the lane in the hallway and the lane.
That's what these are. They're laying in the hallway. Right there.
Like set it up. And it was completely full.
So these are tipped over, laying right where they're at. You walk over and set it up, and then leave, and not set that one up?
Yeah, but that was like hours and earlier in the day.
What was hours earlier in the day?
Like, maybe 6, 7 in the evening, earlier in the day.
So these are sitting there all day long?
No.
Yes, these are there the next morning. You're just claiming that these are in the hallway anyway. They're in the same spot where you just said.
Right, but it was not like that. Well, I'm not sure where this is.
Okay. So, you got this same bottle over at your house?
Yeah.
No, you don't?
No.
What is this? So you don't even know what it is, you're saying no? Soft stroke? Soft stroke?
Looks like it says yes.
Yeah. So you said no. You don't have that at your house? Sit on top of your washing machine.
That is?
Yeah. Listen.
Wait,
That's the long to you because it is, I don't know, it's no, listen, you can sit here and say, you think that you're smarter than me.
no, I don't think I'm smarter than anybody, but I didn't do this.
Okay.
It's only because I have the same cleaning.
No. The cell phone that you take, you have to take the cell phone from his house back to your house after he's dead. Is this blood on it? His wallet, his keys, things that you're not supposed to have wrapped up in a bag 8 times, shoved in your underwear drawer. Number one, you're the last person to see him. You're the last person to physically assault him. Hit him in the head. He's in the exact same spot. You remember everything from him handing you debit cards and EBT cards and which specific gas station and this and that and going to CVS to get your daughter's this and the school and he's supposed to be here at 5 a.m. or whatever time to go do all this stuff with the taking to school and this and that. Or did your girls go to school that day?
I tried, I couldn't get him.
Why not?
Because John wasn't there.
Because your kids aren't registered for school? Because your kids aren't registered for school?
I needed to register.
Why does he have to register them?
We both have to register them.
No. No, both parents don't have to register them. And generally you don't go to school to drop the kids off at school on the very first day of school to register them.
Yes, John was supposed to.
Okay, so all of this stuff. And then the only thing that you don't remember is the time that you were denying that you're at the house, where 100% you were there for an hour and 4 minutes, running around the room, that you can't explain.
I don't remember when I was there. I do not remember anything else.
Okay, that's all you. Good luck with that, because that is not going to fly. But I think we're done.
Absolutely. And your girls are definitely the right thing because you can't even have the audacity to give them closure. Shame on you. That's terrible.
Trust me on this.
Oh, so there's some,
I didn't do it.
so there's some anger now, huh?
I told you from the beginning I didn't
Is
do
that
it.
how you feel against him?
No. That's not how I did it.
I think you're just upset that you got office and...
That it was.
No? Personally, I think that you weren't expecting him to move into your house so soon, so you had to go over to the house.
No.
And he lived at his mom's house, so you went to be the suspect.
No.
No.
I was going to talk about moving to my house for months.
Yeah, and you were surprised he was actually about to.
No, because it wasn't following through. He just moved tools and DVDs and stuff. You guys were
You
there.
said he moved all of his stuff.
Tools and DVDs. I didn't say he moved all this stuff. I said he moved a whole bunch of crap.
Do you want to get somebody to transport him? I know.
Let me see what else is right here.
Do you understand that it does not sound even feasible? No, just answer my question. You explained everything except an hour and 4 minutes that after you hit it in the head, that you don't remember.
Yes, because I had nothing to do with him.
That's not answering the question.
Yes, I said yes.
So if that's not feasible to you, how would it be to a jury or the general
I
public?
didn't say it wasn't feasible to me. I didn't.
Oh, it's feasible. You remember everything except the hour and 4 minutes after you hit somebody in the head. That's what you're saying? You have to have something for the hour and 4 minutes where he was murdered, that you were in the house. That's it. But that's the only time you don't remember.
I didn't know I was there that long.
It doesn't matter if you know.
But that's what I'm saying. I don't remember being there that long. I didn't know I left.
Okay, so is it possible you did it? You don't remember?
Yes, sir. It is very possible.
Okay, how? Have you had moments in the past where you
Yes.
made stuff where
Yes.
it's happened?
Yes, there's things in my past where I cannot remember. And yes, I have talked to my doctor about it. Yes, they're trying to figure out what's going on with me. Yes.
Okay, you don't have to tell me if you don't want to, but what is wrong with you that you say that
I
you're trying
don't
to be
know.
diagnosed?
They're testing me now. I think yesterday, for whatever reason, my brain tingled and then I blacked out. And I literally have it on documentation from the doctor, and they're trying to figure out what's going on with me.
Okay, do you take Xanax or benzos or anything like that?
I have a whole bunch of pills,
Okay.
and I don't know what they are because they're about 20 different syllables, and I don't know, but I didn't do this. I know I've
Ever been diagnosed with mental illness or
no.
no?
They were just testing me for everything. I just did an MRI, an EEG. They were doing a whole bunch of other tests. But yes, I mean, the last thing that has happened to me, I remember my brain starts tingling, and then I would wake up. I don't remember doing any of this. I know I don't remember being there that day long, I remember getting my daughter's medication. I remember being home. I don't remember even hitting him like that. I know he was pissing me off, so I hit him, but it wasn't anything where he was dead, he was breathing, he definitely had his head on him. You guys are trying to say I did all this stuff. I did not.
You don't remember, is what you're saying. You don't remember doing any of this. Okay. So that's it. There's a possibility you did, but you don't remember because you were blacked out.
Sir, I'm not an evil person. You guys are telling me that I did all these things, and I'm like,
The next day when you woke up, or I don't think that you went to bed based on the activity and everything like that, because when we print out a phone thing, whatever, everything comes out, it's like minute by minute and everything else. Activity, it appears that you're pretty active the entire night. The next day, what did you do? Did you go to school first, or you went to the oncology? So you drove to the school?
yes.
Did you go to the oncology appointment first or the school first? Okay. And you got to the school?
Yes.
Who did you talk to at the school?
The school staff, the red school. And they said I just arrived to turn in some paperwork.
Okay.
So I went to my apartment, asked the detective to call me. And I got in there, talked to him. She tried to get the paperwork, turned it in.
So we're working on all of this stuff. Obviously, it's whatever, but video surveillance from the school, video surveillance from the oncology place, all of this stuff, we have tons and tons. You told us, like, hey, we stopped here at this gas station. So we spend the time, we go out there.
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes, Your Honor.
Speak, and your question.
And Detective, you indicated you had the backup recorder going.
Correct.
I'm going to just play the audio, hopefully around the same time where we just left off.
Yeah, you and his mom both went out paid the truck bill or something like that, or I think it was end of July.
No, I called and given out the arrangements for the time to pay it.
Obviously, he's got some money issues and not really contributing a lot. It seems like what he really contributed was with the EBT card.
I apologize, Detective. I'm going to have to back up a couple minutes there.
The school staff at the school, and they said I can register, I have to turn in some paperwork. So I went to my appointment, that's when the detective called me. We were down there talking to him, and she tried to get me forward, turned it in.
So we're working on all of this stuff. Obviously, it's whatever, but video surveillance from the school, video surveillance from the oncology place, all of this stuff, we have tons and tons. You told us, like, hey, we stopped here at this gas station. So we spend the time, we go out there, we get video surveillance from that place. We get video surveillance from any place that you said that you were at or could have been at, or any place that your phone or vehicle or anything like that, but you got. We have video surveillance from the entire neighborhood. Streets along the way, in and out, and everything else like that. Nothing says anybody else did it. And the difference is, where we're at here is, a lot of it looks like it's planned. There's cleaning supplies, there's this, it's the last, when the last time he's supposed to be at home, the cameras are taken down. it looks very plain and methodical? Or is it something that happens and, hey, I got angry, he was touching me, this and that, whatever, I hit him, went too far, and ended up with this? That's the difference. And you just say, well, I don't remember. So you and Dad, what were
That was very soft there. You're asking about the cameras, and she says he took the cameras down, meaning John?
Yeah, he took the cameras down, he did all that.
conversations that he had about any of this stuff?
Talked to him, he's still with his family and gone. Basically, I've been along with the girls.
You seem to be a very emotionally dependent person based on conversations between you two. Would you characterize yourself like that, or is that, you don't feel like that? Because everything's very, it seems like there's an issue with the intimacy or something, and then I hate you about you're cheating on me, you're this, that, you don't have sex with me, and then like a day later, hey, grab me 2 beers and a vape from the store. Okay, see you at home, when you come home, I hate you, liar, liar, cheater, cheater. It's a very up and down. I think on the third you told me you wanted a divorce.
Yep.
What, it's just fed up, or? That's, I don't know what your financial situation is, but I'm assuming he pays some money.
Yeah, that's why it wasn't really a big thing for John, okay?
But John doesn't really have money to pay anything, right?
Like I said, he was going to try to help.
I'm trying to, but obviously, like, you just had to help him out with some money with his mom, right?
No.
You and his mom didn't give him some money? Well, he told somebody, you and his mom helped him out pay the truck bill or something like that for, I think it was end of July.
No, I called and we held the arrangements from, but I didn't pay it. No, paid it.
Obviously, he's got some money issues and not really contributing a lot. It seems like what he really contributed was with the EBT card.
Yes.
But you can't really pay bills on the EBT card.
But she was willing to accept me.
I don't say anything with you. Now, that leaves. Was he paying $1,100 a month?
Yes, the idea was I was going to rent out my home. Something small. I really wasn't so much of a financial burden on myself. Because I realized it doesn't matter who it was. It just needed to be a couple of easier, whether it was John or Javier.
Was the Devyn thing to like try to get back at John, or how did that come about?
No. It started out as commands and just out kind of thing, but
Did he have any sort of relationship with his dad towards the end? Did he ever go over to the house or anything like that? Did you have any psychiatrists or anything that you're under current care of? Or who was Where's your doctor that is dealing with the lockhouse?
I don't remember her name. Just kind of the doctor. We're running all the tests.
What do you need phone?
Because that first med, I don't know her name.
She got first med.
I just started talking to her, so
What was that?
2 months ago.
2 months ago.
Yes.
But yeah, she had an appointment and stuff, or?
She's the one that set up the neurology appointments and everything.
So we should have family care.
Yes.
What was the EEG?
There's a way to.
Raising?
Yes.
Detective, well, I tried to stop it right at an hour, 20 minutes. Fair to say that there's about 3-4 minutes left, and it's just mainly medical stuff and nothing, no more real questioning related to what we've been discussing.
That's accurate.
Judge, I will pass the witness at this.
All right. So I've got Paulie's tail here. All right. Yeah. So we have just a few more minutes to go. And wow, the timing is perfect because here's the verdict. And this is going to get us right. Oh, what's up, Paulie? What's up? So this is going to get us like right to the top of the hour. So we should be right in time for the sentencing.
Stipulate to the presence of our jury.
All right. I have to say the timing was actually perfect. All right, so here is her verdict. Verdict, and this was from November 14th, 2025. Verdict from November 14th. If you haven't had a chance to vote, go ahead and take a moment to vote. So this is the verdict from November 14th of 2025.
Please be seated, Your Honor. The jury's all present and accounted for. Back on the record, C-377-239, State of Nevada versus Devyn Michaels. In the record reflect that Ms. Michaels is present with her attorneys. Deputy District Attorneys, on behalf of the state, you vote party stipulate to the presence of our jury.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, has the jury selected a fourth person? Okay. And Mr. Gilpin? Mr. Foreperson, has the jury reached a verdict?
Yes.
If you could pass the verdict form to the marshal. All right, the clerk will now read the verdict into the record.
District Court, Clark County, Nevada. State of Nevada plaintiff versus Devyn Jade Michaels, a.k.a. Devyn Willette, a.k.a. Nikki Fairchild, a.k.a. Tracy Baker, a.k.a. Tracy Nicole Tavares, defendant. Case number C-23-377239-1, Department 10. Verdict. We, the jury, in the above entitled case, find the defendant, Devyn Jade Michaels, as follows. Count 1, murder with use of a deadly weapon. Guilty of first-degree murder with use of a deadly weapon. Dated this 14th day of November, 2025, signed Aaron Gilded. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, is this your verdict as read? So say you one, so say you all?
Yes.
Does either side desire to have the jury polled?
No, Your Honor. No, Your Honor.
All right. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, I want to thank you very much for the time and attention that you paid to this matter. The right to a trial by jury is a right that's guaranteed in the Constitution, but it's a right that we cannot provide without our citizens like you being willing to sit and serve your civic duty as jurors. I do appreciate the time that you gave this matter, so on behalf of the court and the parties, I want to thank you for the time and attention. I know that this was a lot that we asked you to do, so if you guys could follow the marshal to the back, and I will come back and formally excuse you from jury duty. All right, to the jury.
All right. And with that, we can go to this. I can't believe it turned out like this. I tried to plan it, but I'm really happy that it turned out. Here we go.
Mr. Brown, can you approach?
I'm not sure why they have it blocked off like that. Oh, hold on a sec. Just give me a second.
All right. So now where are you here?
I'm here for Mr. Bunker. That would be page 22.
Let's go to page 22. C 390495, State of Nevada versus Jackson Bunker. Make the record reflect that Mr. Bunker is present in custody. Mr. Pinnell is here on his behalf. Mr. Pesci is here on behalf of the state. This is daytime set for the defense motion to continue the trial. That's set for January 20th, as well as count call. Mr. Pesci, have you seen the motion?
Yes, Your Honor.
What is the state's position?
We submit this.
All right. The motion, Mr. Bunker, sir, you understand what's happening?
Oh, yeah.
Is that a yes?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. All right. I'm gonna grant the motion to continue. The jury trial is gonna be vacated. Did you guys discuss when you wanted this reset?
Yes, Your Honor. My client has consented to continuing it. He has some reservations about how long it might take, but I think based on Mr. Pesci's schedule and my own, September looks best.
Okay. Mr. Pesci, anything else you want to add?
Yes, there was some conversations about June. Unfortunately, I have three, not unfortunately, but I have three set in front of you in June, so I don't think I could pull that off.
No, I guess I'm not going on vacation in June, Mr. Pesci.
I didn't set those dates.
All right, let's go ahead and let's set the jury trial for September 14th.
Your countercall can be September 3rd at 9 a.m. Your pre-trial conference is going to be August 27th at 9 a.m. And your status check trial readiness will be April 9th at 9 a.m.
Thank you, Judge.
All right,
Thank you, Your Honor.
guys. Is that all you have, Mr. Dunn?
That's right, yes.
Okay. Mr. Valente, what are you here on?
I'm on page 14, Vasquez Machado.
Okay. Let's go to page 14, C 3899.
All right, hold on a sec. We have a moment here because clearly it's not just specific to her sentencing, so that's kind of odd. But I want to
And let's set the jury trial for September 14th.
I need my closed caption.
Your countercall can be September 3rd at 9 a.m. Your pre-trial conference is going to be August 27th at 9 a.m.
So they have
And your
bunch of
status check
people. I
trial
don't see
readiness will
Devyn
be
yet,
April
though.
9th at 9 a.m.
All right, just hold on. Give me a moment. So it's not specific to Devyn, which is weird, right? But here, let's get this. All right. Boy. All right.
May the record reflect that Mr. Vasquez is present in custody. Mr. Valente is here on his behalf. Ms. Mercer is here on behalf of the state. This is daytime set for status check trial readiness. Mr. Valente, how are you doing for June 8th?
Well, I mean, I still don't have the officer's report as well as the coroner's report, which was the basis for the continuance the last time.
If memory serves me correctly, I believe the coroner's report is done. I thought I sent it to Mr. Dolente, but I'm going to put it in my office when I return. The officer's report, the detective indicated she's still working on it.
Okay, can you reach out to the detective and let me know that that clock is ticking?
Yes.
And let me know about the coroner's report.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, so I'm gonna have status check at 30 just to make sure those things have been handed over. That date is?
February 5th at 9 a.m.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right, thank you guys. All right. Mr. Martinez, what are you here on?
Your Honor, I'm here on page 6. I don't know if we have all the attorneys who are the co-defendants.
I don't think we do. As soon as we do, I'll...
We have Mr. Sheets.
Mr. Sheets, I thought I saw Mr. Flayhide.
Mr. Flayhide is right back here, Your Honor.
Okay, are you ready? And who else do we need?
Maybe yes.
I know the DA is here.
Well, Mr. Martinez is here. Mr. Sheets, Mr. Flayhide. There was somebody else that we're missing. Mr. Adris. We need Paul Adris, so as soon as he gets here, I'll call you guys.
Great, thank you, Your Honor.
All right, let's go to page 1. C 395678, State of Nevada versus Darnell Day Rodriguez. May the record, Ms. Shamley, may the record reflect Mr. Davis is present in custody. Ms. Shamley is here on his behalf. Anybody from the state of Nevada? Mr. DeJacquin is here on behalf of the state. This is date time set for the defendant's motion to dismiss counsel. Mr. Davis, is it your desire to continue forward with that motion?
Yes, please.
All right, I'm going to set this down for a young hearing. Monday morning, January 12th at 8:30. Okay?
I apologize, Judge. What is the defendant's name?
Darnell David.
It's Mr. Henry's case.
Cameron? Of course.
That's all we really. All right, Mr. I don't think he's there. The seat is empty, Mr. Ewing.
He just called me from his jail cell.
Oh, I love
They
this.
haven't transferred him.
Hold on just one second. Let me just call it so we can go on down. All right, let's go to page 19. C-250-528, State of Nevada versus Julius Bradford. May the record reflect Mr. Bradford is not present. May the record reflect the prison appears to be online, but the chair is empty. Mr. Bradford is pro se. Mr. Ewing is here as standby counsel. Mr. Pesci is here on behalf of the state, and Ms. Corey is here on behalf of the Nevada Department of Corrections from the Attorney General's office. Mr. Ewing.
I got a call 5 minutes ago from him. He hasn't been transported. Doesn't know why. It usually takes like an hour to get them anywhere over there.
Ms. Corey, do you have any representations about why he hasn't been transported to the video room?
I have not, Your Honor. I haven't heard from them this morning. I can try giving them another call.
Okay, can you call them so that you can give us an update as to whether or not they're going to get him to the video room?
I will do that right now. Thank you.
Okay, so Mr. Young, you just hang out and I'll come back to you guys as soon as she comes back. All right, Ms. Lowe, are you ready?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, let's go to page 16, A873070, Michael Rodriguez versus the state of Nevada. May the record reflect Mr. Rodriguez is not present. He's the custody of the Nevada Department of Corrections. Ms. Lowe is here on his behalf. Mr. Pesci is here on behalf of the state. This is the date time set for further proceedings from the Supreme Court, so we need to set this down for an evidentiary hearing in regards to claims 1 and 4 based upon the Supreme Court order. Have you guys had a discussion about when you wanted the hearing?
No.
No, we didn't. I didn't know who would be assigned to it.
It's not going to be me.
It's not going to be you, Mr. Pesci?
Correct.
All right, well, I'm going to go ahead and set the hearing, and Mr. Pesci, you guys are going to need to figure out who this case is assigned to.
It's Mr. Ports, because he took over Ms. Reckley's.
Okay. All right, so we're going to need to go ahead and set it down for a hearing. Can you guys be ready on January 30th?
January, let me, one moment, please. Yeah, I do clear that date, but I just wanted to note that Michael Rodriguez has expressed the preference of being able to appear via video for the upcoming hearings. I said I would ask. But yes, the 30th for the actual evidentiary hearing or for another status?
No, for the evidentiary hearing.
Okay. Yeah, that should work for me. I guess I'm a little bit well, no, it should be all right for the witnesses too.
All right, well, we're going to set it, and then if you guys get notification from the witnesses that they're not available, then you guys can contact Chambers and we can reset the date.
All right.
And so, does he want to appear via video for the hearing?
He did request, right, that he be allowed to appear. He's from Lovelock and he's involved in programming and says every time he's yanked out, he has to start over or misses things. So yes, he did want to stay even for him. I said, well, you're going to be testifying. I don't know if she'll allow that, but I'll ask.
How's he going to confer with his attorney?
If he's okay with not conferring with his attorney, Mr. Pesci.
Okay.
So you're okay with him not being in the same room as you because you're not going to be able to talk to him?
Right, that is a concern. So I'll discuss that with him. I guess.
Well, the problem with that, Ms. Lowe, is if you want him to appear via video, even if you want him here, the order to transport needs to be done today because the prison requires 3 weeks. So I need the order to transport today in regards to whether he's gonna be here or be on duty.
I did have misgivings on that, so let's transport him.
All right, well, I need you to submit the order today.
I do the order? Does the state usually do that?
No, not on these, you did do it.
Okay.
All right, submit it today.
All right.
All right, thank you guys.
Thank you. Is that it?
Yeah, that's it. Mr. Rahman, have you had any contact with Ms. Hashmati or somebody from the public defender's office?
Your Honor, Ms. Hawkins should be here around 9:50.
Mr. Gaston, are you ready?
Sure. Mr. Sanchez, Ricky Sanchez.
Okay. Let's go to page 8. Oh, that's the sentencing, right?
Yeah.
I'm not sure of that.
Okay, that's fine.
All right. Who's here on Watson? Are you ready?
Yes.
All right, let's go to page 18, C 395960, State of Nevada versus Lewis Watson. May the record reflect Mr. Watson is present in custody. Ms. Oliver is here on his behalf. Mr. Pesci is here on behalf of the state. This is the date and time set for our status check trial readiness. Ms. Oliver, are you on track for February 9th?
Your Honor, sure. Mr. Pesci is probably one of the best at getting discovery, so I believe fully that
Mr. Zach, did you hear that, what she said?
He gets it very, very early, and it's very thorough. I forgot to check before I came. Did we have the officer's report yet, or no?
I don't believe so.
So there are still things, obviously they're outstanding just because of the nature of the case.
Right.
We're continuing to try to investigate some things that Mr. Watson has pointed out to us. So I can do what I can do.
Right.
So far, so good. But Mr. Watson wants his court trial.
I get it. All right. So right now, I'm going to leave the dates as they are, and I'll see you guys back here for your pre-trial on the 22nd.
Thank you.
Okay? Is somebody here from Mr. Becker's office? Mr. Patrick, you ready?
Yes, ma'am.
Let's go to page 21, C 385494-4, State of Nevada versus William Hill. May the record reflect that Mr. Hill is present in custody. Mr. Patrick is here on his behalf. Mr. Palal is here on behalf of the state. This is on for the state's motion as well as the status check EMP. What happened to the new case?
So, Judge, the new case was dismissed as expected on Tuesday. I'm sure the court read the police report. Mr. Palal read the police report. Chatting with Mr. Palal yesterday, I'm going to ask that Mr. Hill be released today on the original bond and house arrest, and I believe Mr. Palal is going to have no objection.
I would say that if you read the police report, you would also realize that the defendant admitted to having an extra phone that he was hiding from the house arrest officer, which I think is probably less than the behavior one would expect for somebody who got a $100,000 bail on a murder that's on video. So that I would suggest that maybe a little less glibness would be appropriate given the circumstances here. That being said, I will submit to the court regarding the defendant's custodial status.
Okay. All right, so Mr. Hill, you understand the concerns based on what Mr. Palal was stated. You're not allowed to hide phones from the house arrest officer. Do you understand that?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, you understand this court doesn't tolerate new cases under any circumstances. So I'm going to reinstate your original release conditions because that new case was dismissed. All right, so today you're going to be released back on house arrest with the previous bond already having been posted.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you. All right, is anybody here on Fields?
That's my case. It's with Mr. O'Brien.
Okay. Ms. Stanley, can you find out where Mr. O'Brien is?
Okay.
From our office, Judge? Yes. Yeah, he's actually out sick today. I just got a text from him.
Okay.
So I'll figure out what's going on.
Mr. Helmick, you ready?
Yes, ma'am.
Let's go to page 2, C 395950, State of Nevada versus Tyler Johns. May the record reflect that Mr. Johns is present in custody. Mr. Helmick is here on his behalf. Mr. DeJackalo is here on behalf of the state. This is the day and time set for continued arraignment. State, I do not see a notice filed as of this morning. Is this
We are not taking that.
Okay, in light of that, Mr. Helmick, are you prepared to go forward with the arraignment?
We are.
All right, Mr. John, sir, what is your full name?
Tyler Matthew Johns,
How old are you?
22 years old.
How far did you go in school?
High school now.
Do you read, write, and understand the English language?
Yes, ma'am.
Sir, are you currently under the influence of any drugs, medication, or alcoholic beverages at this time?
No, Your Honor.
Do you understand the proceedings that are happening here today?
Yes, Your Honor.
Sir, are you familiar with the 3 charges that you're facing?
Yes, Your Honor.
Do you understand those charges?
Yes, Your Honor.
As to those charges, how do you plead? Guilty or not guilty?
Not guilty, Your Honor.
Sir, you have the right to have a jury trial set within 60 days. Would you like to invoke or waive that right?
I'd like to waive that right, Your Honor.
Okay. This case is going to be assigned to Department 6. This case is going to have a status check trial setting in Department 6. That date is?
January 13th at 9:30.
Okay, thank you, Your Honor.
All right, thank you guys.
Thank you, Your Honor.
So we're still waiting for Mr. Adris.
Ken Cozell is going to be here for him, Your Honor.
Oh, yes. Can one of you reach out to him and find out where he is?
I don't have the access.
Mr. Gaston, can you approach on another lady now?
Yes, sir.
All right, so I've never covered a sentence like this before. Usually when it's sentencing, it's just straight up sentencing. I've never seen, oh, there's Devyn. Is that her right there in the front? With the hair? I think that's her. Is that her? Like usually when it's sentencing, it's just straight up sentencing.
Yes, Your Honor, thank you. I just got off the phone with the institution. Mr. Bradford refused his transport up to operations to attend this court hearing today. They are getting him to sign a document stating as such, and if he refuses, I will have a declaration from the search and escort team about his refusal.
Okay, I get that. So we're back on the record at C250928. So based upon those representations, what I'm going to do is I'm going to set this down in a status check in 60 days. If you could submit those documents to the court, and if they have documentation that he refused transport to the hearing today, the court is going to rule on the pleadings and just issue a written decision.
Yes, Your Honor, I will get that submitted as soon as possible.
Okay.
March 12th at 9 a.m.
Thanks, Judge.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Newman.
Your Honor?
Yes. Just one second.
Oh, no rush.
All right. Let's go on pages 3, 4, 5, and 6. C396273-1, State Matter versus Sharnae Hopkins. May the record reflect that Ms. Hopkins is present in custody. Mr. Flayhouse is here on her behalf. State Matter versus Devyn Jackson. May the record reflect that Mr. Jackson is present in custody. Mr. Kozol is here on behalf of Mr. Adris. State of Nevada versus Dora Williams. May the record reflect that Ms. Williams is present in custody. Mr. Sheets is here on her behalf. State of Nevada versus Dwight Delancey. May the record reflect that Mr. Delancey is present in custody. Mr. Martinez is here on his behalf. Mr. DiGiacomo and Mr. Anderson are here on behalf of the state. This is the date and time set for arraignment. Are you guys prepared to go forward with the arraignment?
Yes, Your Honor. Yes, Your Honor. Yes, Your Honor.
All right, we're going to take them in order, so let's start with you, Ms. Hopkins. Ma'am, what is your full name?
Sharnae Cheryl Hopkins.
How old are you?
33.
How far did you go to school?
Some college.
Do you read, write, and understand the English language?
Yes, ma'am.
Ma'am, are you currently under the influence of any drugs, medication, or alcoholic beverages at this time?
No, ma'am.
Do you understand the proceedings that are happening here today?
Yes, ma'am.
Ma'am, are you familiar with the 2 charges that you're facing?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you understand those charges?
Yes, ma'am.
As to those charges, how do you plead? Guilty or not guilty?
Not guilty.
Ma'am, you have the right to have a jury trial set within 60 days. Would you like to invoke or waive that right?
She would like to invoke, Your Honor.
Okay. All right, let's go to Mr. Jackson. Mr. Jackson, sir, what is your full name?
Devyn Michaels.
How old are you?
37.
How far did you go to school?
I didn't get past the short bus. I was small. First grade, 6th grade. 6th grade.
6th grade. Do you read, write, and understand the English language?
Little, yeah.
Somewhat. Is that a yes?
Yes. Yes.
Sir, are you currently under the influence of any drugs, medication, or alcoholic beverages at this time?
Medication.
Does that medication in any way affect your ability to understand the proceedings that are happening here today?
No, ma'am.
You understand the proceedings that are happening here today?
Yes, ma'am.
Sir, are you familiar with the 2 charges that you're facing?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you understand those charges?
Yes.
As to those charges, how do you plead? Guilty or not guilty?
Not guilty.
Sir, you have the right to have a jury trial set within 60 days. Would you like to invoke or waive that right?
I'm going to invoke.
Okay. All right, let's go to Miss Williams. Miss Williams, ma'am? What is your full name?
George Siobhan Williams.
How old are you?
33.
How far did you go to school?
Junior high school.
Okay. Do you read, write, and understand the English language?
Yes.
Ma'am, are you currently under the influence of any drugs, medication, or alcoholic beverages at this time?
No, ma'am.
Do you understand the proceedings that are happening here today?
Yes, ma'am.
Ma'am, are you familiar with the 2 charges that you're facing?
Yes.
Do you understand those charges?
Yes.
As to those charges, how do you plead? Guilty or not guilty?
Not guilty.
Ma'am, you have the right to have a jury trial set within 60 days. Would you like to invoke or waive that right?
Invoke.
Okay. All right, let's go to Mr. Delancey, sir. Sir, what is your full name?
Delancey.
How old are you?
27.
How far did you go to school?
High school.
Do you read, write, and understand the English language?
Yes, ma'am.
Sir, are you currently under the influence of any drugs, medication, or alcoholic beverages at this time?
No, ma'am.
Do you understand the proceedings that are happening here today?
Yes, ma'am.
Sir, are you familiar with the 2 charges that you're facing?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you understand those charges?
I do.
As to those charges, how do you plead? Guilty or not guilty?
Not guilty.
Sir, you have the right to have a jury trial set within 60 days. Would you like to invoke or waive that right?
Wait.
Okay. This case is going to be assigned to Department 12. This case is going to have a status check trial setting in Department 12. That date is?
It's going to be January 15th at 8:30.
All right.
Judge, can I have you call Mr. Thank you,
Yes.
and
12.
co-defendant Ms. Lopez?
All right, let's go to page 12 and 13. C, 388436, State of Nevada versus Daniel Roush. State of Nevada versus Gina Lopez. May the record reflect that Mr. Roush is present in custody. Mr. Horvath's here on his behalf. May the record reflect Ms. Lopez is present in custody. Ms. McNeil is not present. Mr. DiGiacomo is here on behalf of the state. Mr. DiGiacomo?
Yes, Ms. McNeil reached out to me. She's in Elko. She asked me to make representations as she anticipates being ready
Okay.
For the current trial date and would ask that her presence be waived for this particular proceeding.
Okay. Mr. Horvath, anything, are you on track as well?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. Stayed on track?
Yes, Judge.
Okay. Status check at 90.
Be April 9th at 9 a.m.
All right. Thank you, guys.
Uh-oh. What happened to the stream? Oh boy. Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. All right, hold on. Let me see what's going on. Hold on, hold on. Go to another feed. Oh, okay, there she is. But we won't have closed captioning with this other feed. All right, hold on. Shoot. I like my closed captioning. Dang it. Dang it. So one feed has her, the other feed doesn't. One feed has closed captioning, the other one doesn't. All right, let's go here. Let's just go here because it's...
The motion to continue is devoid of any specifics. It doesn't say what investigation they need to do. It doesn't have any mention of what discovery they just received or when they received it or why they don't have time to review it by trial. It doesn't talk about what preparations need to do. Their case seems relatively simple. It doesn't explain any due diligence that it's done in the last 8 months.
They haven't gotten to it yet.
It just mentions that their client's out of custody, so of course has no problem continuing their trial. Well, my client is not out of custody. My client's been in custody this entire time and wants his trial date. There's very little evidence tying him to the homicide. He wants to go to trial. So I'm objecting to their motion to continue. If the court is going to grant their continuance, I would ask for a quick reset. And also, there's a Nevada Court of Appeals case, I think it's called Chittenden, which talked about how courts are to consider a defendant's custody status when granting or not granting a motion to continue. My client's been in custody this whole time. I think when he was originally charged, he had a parole hold, so his bail was never actually addressed. So he's never had a bail set. So if you are going to grant the continuance, we definitely want to address the client's custody status, my client's custody status, so that he has a chance to get out of custody as well. It just seems, off the top of my head, a little silly that the co-defendant who confessed to the murder and said that they did it alone has been out of custody this whole time, and my client, who has very little evidence tying to him, has been in jail this entire time. So we either want to go to trial on the date that is currently set and contest the charges, or if it's getting continued, we want his custody status.
All right, I need closed captioning too. So the other feed is a little bit behind, I think. That's why they...
Appeals case, I think it's called Chittenden, which talked about how courts are to consider a defendant's custody status when granting or not granting a motion to continue. My client's been in custody this whole time. I think when he was originally charged, he had a parole hold, so his bail was never actually addressed. So he's never had a bail set. So if you are going to grant the continuance, we definitely want to address the client's custody status, my client's custody status, so that he gets a chance to get out of custody as well. It just seems, off the top of my head, a little silly that the co-defendant who confessed to the murder and said that they did it alone has been out of custody this whole time, and my client, who has very little evidence tying to him, has been in jail this entire time. So we either want to go to trial on the date that is currently set and contest the charges, or if it's getting continued, we want his custody status to be set in something that actually gives him a chance to get out of custody.
Well, I mean, Mr. Gustin, I understand all the points you made, but I want you to know I'm not sua sponte considering anybody's custody, so that issue has never been raised with this court, so it's never been considered in regards to your client.
I understand.
All right, Ms. Levy, anything you want to add to that?
Well, Your Honor, and I haven't been on this case for 8 months. Yeah, so I was appointed right before the last trial setting, and it was continued till this setting, which I said I don't believe that's going to be enough time. It was like 3 months or so for me to get ready over the holidays. There's absolutely no way I would be ready, and I told the court when it was set that I wouldn't be ready for this trial setting. I didn't receive discovery until after that, which is a large amount of discovery, multiple cell phone dumps, and I haven't had a chance to review everything. So there's absolutely no way I would prepare to go forward. Additionally, as this court is aware, I know the co-defendant's counsel is asking for a short set. This court knows that I start a 3-month federal trial on March 23rd in front of Judge Navarro.
On what date?
March 23rd.
Okay.
So I will not be ready to go before then. I'll be preparing for that. That's a 3-month 11 homicide case in federal court. So I'd ask the court to continue. I mean, I'm obviously not going to be ready. So.
Okay. Ms. Camaro, what's the state's position on the motion to continue?
I have no opposition, and just in Ms. Levy's defense, there is quite a bit of discovery in this case, so I'm not surprised by her motion at all.
Okay. Well, I mean, Ms. Levy did indicate, and Mr. Jackson, I know that you were not on this case at that time either, so you weren't here. Ms. Levy did indicate to us when this was set that she could not be ready to go. This date was likely not viable, but she would be working to get ready, as well as if the discovery she doesn't have, she doesn't know what it is that she doesn't have, as well as you guys have indicated in the motions and everything you filed, there were still things coming in and there were things that were being filed. I know I still owe you a decision on the motion to suppress because these things happened in the last batch of discovery and you filed the motion as quick as you could. So I understand the January 15th date for the motion to continue and the calendar call will be vacated. The jury trial will be vacated, but I do understand where the defense of Mr. Smith is coming from, and based on the several motions that Ms. Radasta has filed in this case, I'm aware of the facts of this case, so I do believe that I understand where you're coming from in regards to wanting to consider your client's custody status. However, pursuant to the court rules, you have to do that in writing. And as I stated, this court has never been asked to consider your client's custody status, so I never considered it. You guys can file a motion, but what I am going to do is set this on for a status check, because what we do with the trial date will determine what I do with the motion on your client's custody status. So do you think you can get it filed in a week?
We could file it by the end of the day, probably.
Okay, so you want to set it next, or do you guys want to, I can set it next Wednesday for you guys at 8:30, or I can set it, but it has to be at 8:30 because I have a civil calendar now, or I can set it next Thursday at 9.
Either day, whatever works for the court.
Okay, let's just set it next Thursday at 9 to make sure everybody's here. January 15th at 9, and it'll be set a status check trial setting in regards to Ms. Sinaceros, and the status check trial setting and a bail motion in regards to Mr. Smith.
The only other issue to bring up today, so we've been requesting, so there's a lot of cell phone stuff and location data and stuff like that. We've retained an expert to kind of independently review and verify sort of the things that the state claims. In doing the cell site mapping, our expert indicated that they need the cell site list, the primer. You can only get that really from the detective. Ms. Red also reached out to the DA a couple different times. I think the DA, no problem with the DA. The DA's explained that she would try to get that for us. She's reached out to the detective a couple times. But my understanding is the detective just hasn't gotten back to her, hasn't given her the cell site list, the primer, that our expert needs. So we just wanted to bring it up that we're having this kind of discovery-related issue and see if we could get a court order that the detective provide that to the DA to give to us.
Well, I mean, I'm not going to order the detective to provide it to the DA's office. I'm going to ask Ms. Camaro to reach out, and if you think the court needs to intervene in getting that for you, then the court will intervene.
Understood, and I will represent that he recently, within the last few days, reached out to me. I just need to get on the phone with him now.
Okay, so you reach out to him, and if that's an issue, then I'll intervene.
The only other discovery-related issue that Mr. Rosta mentioned was we've requested the complete DNA file as well. There's a part of it, evidence in the case that allegedly has our client's DNA on it. We want the whole DNA file to be able to give to her. We've reached out to the DA. I don't know if there's an issue getting that or not. But
We just got it, like yesterday, I think.
Great. Okay, so that's it. All right, and if there's something else, you guys can bring it up when we come back next week. Okay? And I promise you will have a decision by next week on which I swear. I'd be like, yeah, Judge, I heard that before. But I promise this time. So before I see you next week.
We know you've been busy and we've all been busy as well.
Thank you, guys. Thank you, Your Honor.
Let's go to page 15, C 391028, State of Battle versus Salvador Delgadillo. Make the record reflect the morning. Mr. Delgadillo is present in custody. Ms. Jackson is not present. Ms. Flake is also not present. This is their case together. They have been reaching out to my staff to reset the hearing in regards to the discovery motion. So we're going to continue this until that date. Okay? Because I'm pretty sure they thought this date was vacated. That's why they're not here. So this will be continued to March 5th.
9 a.m.
Thank you. Your Honor, the attorney for Fields is here.
Who?
For Fields.
Okay. Mr. Pilar, have you had any contact with Mr. Becker's office on rights?
I talked to Mr. Solinger, and he said he was expecting Mr. Goodwin to cover for him.
Okay, well, she's not in custody, so we can come back to it. Let's go to page 23. C 396529, State of Nevada versus Levi Fields. May the record reflect that Mr. Fields is present in custody. Counsel, can we have your appearance for the record?
Of course, Your Honor. Shaylin Dinder on behalf of Mr. Fields, bar number 16521.
All right, and Ms. Wilming is here on behalf of the state. This is the date time set for initial arraignment. Counsel, are you prepared to go forward with the arraignment?
Your Honor, we are.
All right, Mr. Fields, sir, what is your full name?
Levi Christopher Fields,
How old are you?
29,
How far did you go in school?
graduated high school.
Do you read, write, and understand the English language?
Yes.
Sir, are you currently under the influence of any drugs, medication, or alcoholic beverages at this time?
No.
Do you understand the proceedings that are happening here today?
Yes.
Sir, are you familiar with the 3 charges that you're facing?
Yes.
Do you understand those charges?
Yes.
After those charges, how do you plead? Guilty or not guilty?
Not guilty.
Sir, you have the right to have a jury trial set within 60 days. Would you like to invoke or waive that right?
Invoke.
Okay. This case is going to be assigned to Department 2. This case is going to have a status check trial setting in Department 2. That date is?
January 13th at 9 a.m.
All right. Thank you guys.
here still on her?
Yeah, she's on her way.
Okay, as soon as she gets here, I'll
Mr. Bilal, can you approach on an unrelated matter?
Sorry.
All right, I have no idea what's going on. She just left, yeah. They cleared the room, but why'd they clear her too? Was she chained to everybody? I've just never experienced this before. Usually a sentencing is just the defendant, impact statements, all of that stuff. I've never seen this before, so this is fun. Something new we've never seen before. Yeah, usually all the sentencings we've covered, it's just the defendant, and of course impact statements. I've never seen the defendant with a bunch of other defendants, and like this kind of thing. Very interesting. All right. What do you guys think? Chain on her waist. It is Las Vegas, Snowcatish. It is Las Vegas. Donnie, yes, those were all the cases on the docket today. Sherry, she wasn't chained with all the others. I bet they would bring her back with her attorney. Yeah. Alice, she didn't look like she was chained. Okay. Boy, I did not see if she was part of the chain group independent of. Jill, I'm pretty sure that was her. I mean, I'm almost positive that was her. Plus, they were focusing in on her. And sorry, I got an itchy nose. Gordon just arrived just in time to see the chain gang. She's working on the chain gang, that's for sure. Red Snap, you were on the chain gang once back in the day? Really? Jenny, it's just, yeah, it is. It's just something we've never seen before. I never thought that they put a sentencing with all the other defendants on a docket. I thought they just, maybe they do, and they only show it when, like, we never see that part of it, and they just show it when they come in. I don't know. I've never seen that before. Janet, they moved that room full. Yep. Yeah, Judge is like quick. She's no nonsense. She definitely quick. She definitely is quick. Yes, she was sitting on her own. And says. Amy Lee, yeah, yep. Devyn was married. Wait a minute, didn't we? I don't know if she was. We talked about that during the trial. I can't remember. What was the outcome of that? Was it confirmed she was married to Baker or not? Right? Was it confirmed? Baker was married 4 times. There's Nerilyn Lopez, Vanessa, and D-Rob. I don't know if it was confirmed that she married Baker or not. I can't remember now, you guys. I forget. I know they acted, whatever, together. I don't know if she was married to him or not. Or if she, oh wait, was she married, but she wasn't the underage one? Maybe that's what it was. She was married, but okay, so she was married, but it wasn't remember he was married to one woman and he was messing around with her daughter and then they got married. Remember that? Okay, so they were married, but she wasn't the underage daughter of the other woman she was married to, right? Right. Was that how it worked? Remember, he was married to somebody and then he was caught in relations with the daughter and then they ended up getting married. And so that was not her. So they got married, but she wasn't the underage daughter. She was the underage one? I thought we debunked that. I thought we debunked that, Michael. Yeah, I thought. So was she? I thought we debunked that she was the underage one. All right, which is right? Which is right? Because there's a 20-second delay. Which was right? She was underage. She was not the underage one. We debunked that. That's what I thought too. Not the underage one. She's not the underage woman. Yeah, that's what I don't think so either. I don't think so either. Yep, I think that's false. I don't think she was the underage. Yep, I don't think she was the underage one. She was married to Baker, but she was not that woman. Yeah. I think we debunked that, you guys. I think we debunked that. All right, well, the debate's going to continue. I think we flip-flopped, but ended up yes. She's not. We all need to sit in the corner. I know. I think half of us think she was, half of us think she's not. I don't know. I thought we debunked that. Anyway, she was involved with Baker. Let's just leave it at that. She was involved with Baker and just yuck. Anyway, yeah, she was she was all right, coming up sentencing. All right, here we go. I thought so too, JMS. I thought we debunked it, but anyway, yeah, it's still bonkers, exactly. However it ends up, it is pretty crazy. All right, let's see. All right, yep. Well, let's go to our thumbnail. You have your thumbnail, we have ours. All right, so that was fun. That was interesting. We got to see a little bit of docket from Las Vegas. Yes, anyway, she had something. She was, yes, Afton. She was, yeah, oh yeah, and welcome to membership. You got gifted a membership the other day. We know she was married. I can confirm that. I forgot that part, but so we can confirm she was married. It was was she the underaged? And I'm pretty sure he was married 4 times. He married Nerilyn Lopez. She was 15 years old. Nerilyn Lopez was 15 years old. So I think, and then Vanessa, wife and mother to Nerilyn, and then D-Rob. D was one of your wives. So that came out in his testimony. So Nerilyn, Vanessa, and D-Rob. So Nerilyn, these are my notes. And Devyn was born in 1978, so 88, 98. So she was 20 in 98. He was messing around with somebody. See, that's where it gets confusing because it could have been her. But Nerilyn Lopez was 15 years old. Vanessa was the mother. To Nerilyn. Nerilyn was born in 78 too, so that's where it's confusing. They were both born in 78. Whatever. Christy, Robert Baker is from Monica Cementili. Were you with us for Monica Cementili? That was like a year ago. Robert Baker was the one that deleted Fabio, and that was Monica's husband. So if you were with us for Monica Cementili, gosh, that was like a year ago, you guys. Right? When was Monica? I feel like that was when was Monica Cementili? I thought that was Monica Cementili. January 29th. There she is in all her glory. Monica Cementili. About a year ago, that's when she started. So Robert Baker was her paramour, if you will, for lack of a better word. And she got him and Chris Austin to brutally stab her husband, Fabio. And then Robert Baker was on the stand. That was a good one. He was a freak on the stand. So then once we covered this trial, we're like, oh my gosh, she was married to Baker. So then we went back and we watched. I showed Baker's testimony. I forget, maybe it was during verdict watch? No, because it was only 2 hours for deliberation. I forget when I showed it. Oh, maybe because they started 3 hours late. So maybe I showed it before one of the days. Yeah, you remember that now? Yeah. Monica Cementili. How could you forget Monica? And Beth Silverman, who had like a 3-day opening and 5-day closing. Beth Silverman rocked. Have we done Ego Takes the Stand with Baker? No, because we could actually. Well, he wasn't. Good thought, but he wasn't on trial. He was a witness. So he was a witness. He wasn't on trial, but he was a couple of days. He was definitely a freak. Care Bear, when the sentencing starts at noon, the judge would have other cases to handle before that. The camera crew just started streaming early. Well, what's funny is judge said 8 a.m. Now, my notes have 8 a.m., so that would have been 11 a.m. for us. And yet here she is. They didn't start till 12, and then now here we are, quarter to 1. So it's all ski-wampus today. They were both in the adult film industry, JMS. That is correct. Let's see. Christy, you need to go back and watch his testimony. You didn't see it. I can tell you which day he testified for Monica. He testified for a couple days. If you go to our playlist, let's see, Robert Baker. He was like the highlight. He was a freak. Hold on. Oh, he testified for the defense, right? He was the defense. Robert Baker, he was day 29 and day 30 and day 31. Wait a minute. He was day 29, 30, 31, 32, and 33. He testified, what's that, 5 days? With cross, of course. So yeah, so if you go to our playlist and you look at day 29 and then all day 30, all day 31, all day 32, and all day 33. So he testified for quite a while. So yeah, so go to our playlist and check out days 29 through 33, and you'll get a flavor of Robert Baker. It was good. Cross was great. Beth Silverman man, she sliced him up. That was a chef's kiss with what Beth Silverman did to Robert Baker. Snowcat, Jody, trust me, we've kicked around both. I would love. Well, Robert Durst is the second trial. I want to see the first one. That's not available. Jody, trust me, we've talked about that. Jody was on the stand for 20 some odd days. That would be an entire month of Jody on the stand. How long was Jody on the stand? She was on for a while. I know we've looked this up before. 18 to 19 days. She was on the stand for 18 to 19 days. Yeah, we would love to do that. But that's just too long. Just too long. Monica Cementili. Monica Cementili. This is how it's spelled. Monica Cementili. Where are you? There we go. Monica Cementili. And Fabio was her husband. He was a hairdresser to the stars, basically, and he was hugely well known in the industry and traveled the world, and just a really, really cool guy. Iowa backyard, Jody. No. Oh, Jody. Oh. I would love to do Jody. I would love to do an Ego Takes the Stand with Jody, but 19 days, you guys. That's literally, we'd have to put every other trial on hold. Maybe we could do it in December. We'll see. You're welcome, Play on Crime. Monica was a long trial, you guys. Yeah, it was a long trial. It was like Carlos. Carlos Dominguez was a long trial too. Carol, Cementili trial was a year ago. Yeah, that's the first trial I started watching. Oh, nice. Thank you, Carol. Nice to have you with us for a year. Very cool. Yeah, Monica and Baker. Oh, it was just, yeah. Erin had some great thumbnails, though. She did some great thumbnails for Monica. Let's see, Amy. Yeah, at the end of December, we could do Jody at the end of December, because that's usually when trials are pretty quiet. Yeah, maybe we could. That would be the time to do it. And also, we could probably condense it. We could probably condense it down, because you know how they have lunch breaks and, morning and afternoon breaks. So we could maybe get 2 days into one. So the 18 days, we could go down to 9 days, do like 2 weeks. 2 weeks of Jody. Maybe. It's difficult to face a tube of toothpaste after that. I know, Lily Wayne. Oh, Janet, your hairdresser had met Fabio, said he was the nicest man. He seemed like a really cool guy. He did seem like a really cool guy. I will absolutely agree with that. Widespread, good to see you. Yes, Monica's quote-unquote art. Yep. Lori, yes, I am friends with Fabio's sister. Oh, wow, she's a doll too. Nice. Oh, that's so cool. Janet, Fabio was a sweetheart and loved his family too. Yep. Camille says, I can't watch anything without chat. Michael, yeah. Bring your own toothpaste for sure. CTV saying it might be up to an hour before sentencing. All right. Well, we'll hang. Oh, you know what? Let me see. Let's watch Baker in the meantime. I mean, what the hell, right? Why not? Let me see if I can find. It was specific. Hold on a sec. Let me see if I can find. Aaron found it for us. Then let me see if I can find it again. All right, hold on. All right, hold on. Let me see if I can find it on our channel. Because if we have time to kill, so to speak, let me see if I can find it. All right, this is going to take some finagling. Give me a moment. Trying to think when we would have played it. Let's see here. Full playlist. It would have probably been day 4. Let me see if it's here. Here he is. All right. Bingo. All right. Let's watch Robert Baker's testimony, where he talks about, all right, here, let's check this out. All right, so this is Baker's testimony from Monica Cementili, where he talks about his Stacy, Devyn, all kinds of names. You tell me if you hear a name.
Baker's
You hear a Nick, I don't think it is, when he Fabio to death. So Monica's the one. All right, so I'm going to rewind it. So this is me, obviously, talking. All right.
Well, why did you leave? Let me start with why did you leave the service?
That's a tricky question, but I'll answer honestly, since I answer it honestly. I caught another case, and I got put out of the military.
Okay. So let me ask you this. As you sit here now, have you ever been convicted of a felony?
Yes.
Can you tell us what felony that was?
I pled no contest to lewd lascivious acts with a minor.
Minor being someone under the age of 18?
Correct.
Can you tell us how old that individual was at the time?
15.
Okay. And did you serve time?
I did.
When you got out, were you on parole?
Yes, I was.
You understood that you had and still do, I assume, a lifetime requirement to register as a sex offender, is that right?
That's the law.
Okay. And were you ever prosecuted for violating that law?
They chase me all the time, yes.
Okay. And were you ever punished or sentenced for additional time for that?
I think I did 6 months. I think I did 6 months for time, one time.
Okay. As a result of that conviction or those convictions, were you unable or were you discharged from the armed services?
Say that one more time?
As a result of the convictions, the felony conviction, were you discharged?
Oh, yes.
And what year was that about?
94.
Okay. And is that when you came to Los Angeles?
I was already in Los Angeles at the time.
Okay. And no longer serving in the armed services, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Can you briefly tell us what you did for a living, what your employment was after you left the armed services?
After that, I worked retail, believe it or not. I worked retail, and after I got out of retail, I wound up getting involved in the entertainment business. Well, because it's going to come out anyway, the adult entertainment business.
Okay. And when you say the adult entertainment business, you're talking about legal pornography, shall we say?
Adult entertainment.
Okay.
Pornography is degradation.
Fair enough. And what exactly did you do in that field of work?
Well, at first, I was actually married at the time. Well, I was like in a domestic, and then I had a...
Jack, you are non-responsive.
It is non-responsive. What does that mean?
That's right.
So I won't make the same mistake.
Just listen to the attorney answer his questions, please.
When did you first get married?
The first time?
Yes.
The very first time.
Very first time.
Back in 82.
Okay, you were still in the armed services?
Yes.
And you mind telling us the name of the person you married?
I'd rather not.
Okay. How long were you married to her?
4 years.
Okay. And who was your second wife?
I'd rather not mention her name either.
Pardon?
I said I don't want to mention her name either.
Okay. Were you still in the armed services then?
Yes.
Okay. And you get divorced from her?
Yes.
When did you begin in the adult entertainment business?
In 97.
Were you married at that time?
No, not legally.
Okay. Did you eventually marry someone that you were going with at that time?
No.
Okay. So when you got into the adult entertainment business, can you tell us what you initially did?
I was a performer with my partner.
So you were actually in the videos that were being made, correct?
Yes.
And when you say your partner, that is an actress who was also acting in the adult entertainment business, correct?
No, we came in together. She wasn't in. We came in the business together, so she wasn't there working. We came in at the same time.
Did you bring her into the business with you?
No, we agreed to come to the business together. Yes.
Okay, well, you were a team.
Yes.
And how old were you at that time? About
29, maybe 20. No. 30, 31.
How old was she?
20.
Did you bring her into the business with you? In other words, she had to come with you as a team, or you would not have been hired?
I sort of came with her.
Okay.
Actually.
And you were making movies where? Here in Los Angeles or Chatsworth, wherever they made movies?
Yeah. Yes.
And for how long did you do that, Mr. Baker?
I performed probably about 4 years, maybe 4.
All with her?
Most of the time, yes. Most of the time.
Did you ever get married to her?
We were married by... No, we weren't.
Okay. So after the 4 years, what was your next field of employment?
You should ask who she was.
You really did?
I'm going to check non-responsive.
What's his name?
I'm not sure I can do whatever you ask me to, but I'll ask you that question. What was her name?
It was the victim of my first case.
Okay, so without going into a lot of details, you originally had a relationship with this 15-year-old female, correct?
Yes.
You were charged and convicted of lewd acts or sexual acts with someone under the age of 18, correct?
Yes.
You served your time, correct?
Yes.
And when you got out, did you marry her?
We got together, yes.
Did you ever get legally married?
No.
Okay. You don't want to state her name?
No.
Okay. So, how did you live together?
Yes.
How long did you live together with her?
After that time, about 5-6 years.
And where was this in relation to when you were performing as an adult actor?
In Los Angeles.
All right, so the whole point that we're showing this is, was that 15-year-old that he got busted for and then ended up marrying, is that Devyn? That's the whole point. We're trying to figure it out. So for those that are confused or trying to sort it out, we're trying to figure it out too. He's not mentioning names, but we're trying to figure out if this woman that he's talking about, that he was married to a woman, her daughter, 15 years old, they get together, he serves time, he gets out, they get married. Then they start to do movies together. We're trying to figure out if this is Devyn or not. I don't think it is, because he doesn't say her name, but then in cross he does, well, you'll see in cross, but I don't think it's Devyn. We thought that it was, back on day 1 and day 2. Right now, I don't think it is. I don't think it is. Although it is confirmed he was married to Devyn, but I don't think she was the one that he was sleeping with when she was 15. I could be wrong, but I don't think it is her. So let's continue on.
Angeles.
But were you living with her while you were performing as an adult actor?
Yes.
She was not your partner in that, or was she?
Yes, she was my partner.
I see. And eventually you split up with her, is that right?
Yes.
Okay. And did you leave the adult entertainment business at that time as a performer?
Yes.
Okay. This was all in Los Angeles?
Correct.
What was your next line of employment or field, your occupation?
I was a talent manager.
Okay. When you say a talent manager, was that for regular movies and plays or so forth, or was it still in the adult entertainment field?
It was both, adult, mainstream.
Did you have a name of an agency? Did you work alone or what?
No, I worked with my partner. She was my partner in this.
Okay, the one that you didn't marry but had a relationship with.
Yes.
And what did you do briefly as a manager in this field?
We guided entertainers to get better jobs, and kind of like a guiding people to get, what's the better word for it, more productive and more quality work.
And I assume you were paid for your service.
Yes.
You got a commission on there.
I object. All of these questions have been in meeting.
Sustain. How were you paid when you were in this field?
Through commissions. Okay. 2 commissions.
And how long were you a manager in the adult entertainment business?
Probably the entire time, almost 20 years.
Now, did you manage others besides performers in the adult entertainment business? I mean, other than pornographic performers?
Adult entertainers, yes.
Did you manage individuals who were dancers in strip clubs or nightclubs?
No, not really the strip club thing. Like artists, musicians,
okay.
up-and-comers, models, fighters.
And was this all with your partner?
In the beginning, no. But towards the end, yes.
Okay.
We had split up by that time.
Did you have an office?
Yes.
Where was that?
It was on Ventura Boulevard.
How long were you in that business as an adult entertainment manager?
Like I said, probably about 15 years, 17 years, something like that.
And that would take us till when in your life?
2015, about 2015.
Right.
Yeah, about 2015 or so.
Now, there was a witness who testified in this case, Roger Brown. Did you know Mr. Brown?
I do.
And how did you know Mr. Brown?
Met him at a party in 1998, I believe it was.
And to your knowledge, what field of employment was Mr. Brown in?
He was a general.
All right, so that's him laying the groundwork. This is a direct cross by Mr. Levine, or direct testimony, not cross. This is direct from Monica's lawyer, Mr. Levine, and Baker just kind of told what had happened with getting into the adult entertainment industry. He had slept with a 15-year-old. He was married to her mother, sleeps with her, and then he gets out, goes to jail, gets out, and then they end up being married. And then together, those two together create movies together. Now we're going to get to Miss Silverman, Beth Silverman's cross. And here's where he says a couple names. You tell me if he says Nikki or not. I don't hear Nikki. I hear a D though. I do hear a D. So that could be Devyn or Devyn. So.
You were also asked by defense counsel about your service in the military, correct?
Yeah, 30 years ago, yep.
And eventually you left, separated from the military, correct? From the Army?
Correct.
And what kind of separation did you receive?
OTH.
What is that?
Other than honorable.
And why was that?
As I said earlier, because I had caught another case.
You caught another case.
Yes.
Is that what you said?
Yes.
So you received a dishonorable separation from the Army, correct?
There's different ones of that. No, there's a different one.
It's not that one.
It's other than honorable. There's dishonorable, there's a bad conduct, and there's good conduct. So it's the one step below good conduct.
Other than honorable?
Yes.
Which means not honorable. Right?
Argumentative.
Other than honorable, it means what it says, right?
Well, that's argumentative.
So,
correct?
You would have to look up the regulation to figure that out, because I'm telling you the status of it. I don't go into the details. I don't have the regulation sitting in front of me. There's a regulation for it.
See this?
Yep.
All right, again, for those that didn't watch the trial with us, this is Monica Cementili, her husband Fabio, who was this hairdresser, hairstylist, really famous, really popular, went on, did all these shows. He was, they were originally from Canada. They moved to LA. Monica connects, they have two daughters. Monica connects with Robert Baker. They have this ridiculously torrid affair, like seriously, like X-rated, just really, really out there. Pictures galore, videos, all kinds of stuff. So Baker and one of his friends came over and stabbed Fabio to death. So Monica's the one that's on trial. The whole reason we're watching this is that Devyn or Devyn married Robert Baker, and we're trying to figure out if Baker, we know, as he just testified, married a woman. She had a 15-year-old daughter. He slept with that 15-year-old daughter. Then he spent time in jail. When he got out, those two got married. They went into the adult entertainment industry. So we're trying to figure out if that 15-year-old daughter is Devyn or not. I don't think it is, but listen up. Listen, and see if you hear. Listen, because Beth Silverman's going to be starting to pull out all kinds of names. So you tell me if you hear Nikki, Stacy, Devyn, all kinds of names. You tell me if you hear a name.
Baker's discharge will be characterized as other than honorable. You see that?
I just said that.
That means not honorable.
Objection,
right?
Your Honor. That's what you testified to. This has been asked and answered. It's argumentative.
Why did you receive an other than honorable discharge from the Army?
Objection calls for it. No foundation calls for it.
It's overruled.
You said you caught a case, right? What kind of case?
It was a lewd and lascivious act with a minor.
One?
It was one person.
One count?
I don't know the counts. I don't know how they got the counts. I just went along with the deal.
Well, how many counts did you plead to?
Objection irrelevant.
It's overruled. I don't remember. I really don't. I know it was just one person, not 7 people.
Who said anything about 7 people?
No one. That's what I'm saying. It sounds like you're trying to say that.
Oh, no, I'm going to tell you exactly, and I'm going to ask you a question. Who's Naralyn Lopez?
Wow. You're going to put her name out there like that, huh?
No, you did that by getting up on the stand.
I'm done with this, man.
right, so that's the first name. Nolan, sounds like New Orleans. Nolan Lopez. So that's name number one. Is Nolan or New Orleans? No, I think it was Nolans. Nolans Lopez. So that's the first name. Nolan Lopez. That's not one of Tracy's AKAs, right? She has a lot of them. Tracy Baker, Nikki Fairchild, Tracy Nicole Tavares. So not a Nolans Lopez. All right, so that's name number one.
I'm not trying to bring her up in this.
Yeah.
I'm not trying to bring. She's a victim in this. I'm not
Sir, just have a seat. Right there. Let's see, counsel.
And we did cover this trial, so if you guys want to go check it out, we did cover it. Here, let me pause myself here. Boop, there I am. Boop, 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 boop. So we did cover this trial. If you guys are interested, you can go check it out. It's a good one. It's long. It's like over a month, but it is worth it.
You want to?
Proceed, please.
Yes, Your Honor. You want to tell us who she is?
I'm not talking about that case anymore. It has nothing to do with this one.
Your Honor?
I'm done, man. I'm done.
Information this can be inquired. Please answer the question.
I'm not answering any questions regarding that case. It has nothing to do with this one.
You referred to it as a stupid case in your interviews with law enforcement, correct?
What case is that?
The case that you're saying you're going to refuse to talk about.
Oh, yeah, I'm done talking about it.
So, you were convicted in this particular case of 6 counts, right? Your Honor?
Answer the question, please.
Judge, I'm not going to answer these questions.
Sir, here's the issue. You have to answer the question.
I don't see the relevance in this whole thing between one or the other.
All right. Ladies and gentlemen, I want you to excuse me for a couple of seconds outside, please. The evidence will apply.
All right, so again, the 15-year-old that he slept with, that he got in trouble for and he went to jail, was Narlan Lopez. Oh, I wish we could hear what's going on. I wish we could hear what's going on. Oh, hey, Mona, we need you. We need you later. Please, please, please. Right, who is that? Who's that talking? Holy mackerel. Yeah. All right, let me mute that person. All right, so again, it's not Tracy, Nikki, Tracy, Devyn, right? So I don't think it is. I don't think it is. Yes, he did end up marrying Tracy. They did get together. I think that's pretty much confirmed. But the girl, the 15-year-old, I don't think it was her. I don't think it was her. All right, hold on. Let me fast forward a little because we hear a couple. I think we hear another name. Let me fast forward here. Oh, they take a long break. All right.
Finish a piece of pizza, so excuse her. Thank you. Sir, again, you're still under oath, and Ms. Zimmerman, you may continue.
Thank you. Again, you were actually convicted of 6 different counts, correct?
6 counts.
Yes?
I think so.
You don't know.
I don't remember how many counts it was. I just took a deal for the whole thing, so I never really.
So.
A long time ago.
1993. How old were you?
31.
And how old was the victim?
14, 15.
And count 1 was a violation of Penal Code Section 288A, subsection C, oral copulation on a minor 14 or under, correct?
I don't remember what it was. I thought it was just 288, whatever it was.
Was that Long Beach, right? Right? Long Beach?
Yes.
288A, subsection C, oral copulation. Correct?
It's arrest. This is the arrest thing, right? This is the arrest?
This is what you were convicted of, sir.
I didn't even know this.
You didn't know. You pled to all these counts. Is that kind of like how you didn't know what you were pleading to in this case?
I'm telling you the truth. I didn't know it was all this. I thought it was just...
Excuse me, sir. There's an objection. Sustained.
You were also convicted of Penal Code Section 288.5, subsection A, continuous sexual abuse of a child. Correct?
I don't know this.
Okay. How about count 3? Penal Code Section 288A, subsection B, subsection 2, oral copulation with a person under 16. Were you convicted of that as well?
I thought it was just lewd and lascivious acts. That's all I thought it was. 7 counts of lewd and lascivious acts. That's all I remember. That's what I thought it was.
Okay. Because earlier you said 1, so I just want to make sure we're clear. Count 4, a violation of Penal Code Section 286, subsection B, subsection 2, sodomy of a person under 16. Correct?
I don't know. I really don't. I thought it was something totally different that I pled to. Not that.
Count 5, Penal Code Section 288A, lewd or lascivious acts with a child under 14. Right?
It's not what I thought I pled to.
Okay. Count 6.
Can we check that?
A violation of...
If you don't remember, or you don't think that was it, then say exactly that.
Okay, I don't remember.
Count 6, a violation of Penal Code Section 261.5, unlawful sexual intercourse with a minor. Do you remember that?
No, I don't.
Okay. Do you see here, count 1, 288?
I do see it.
Convicted?
I see that.
See that?
Your Honor, I'm going to object. If that was the only conviction, then the rest of this was...
Maybe, wait.
I'm sorry.
Good idea. 2 years state prison. You see that?
It's out of focus, but...
Yeah, it'll come back. Give it a sec. It's thinking. See that?
Yeah, I see that.
5 additional counts. All counts convicted. You see that?
I see it.
See the other counts here? 288C.
I see that too.
Okay. 5 counts of 288C. You see that?
I see that.
Yeah. And you see here, do you know what that is? PC 290?
It's registration.
Right. Were you also convicted of failure to register as a sex offender after those offenses?
Somewhere down the line, yes.
Yep. And then several times, correct?
Twice. Not several.
All right. So are you clear now that you were convicted of
288C?
numerous counts that I just read to you? All of the counts that I just read to you.
So not all the A's and B's, all that too was included?
All of them. Did you see that?
I saw it now.
Do you want to put it back up?
Huh? It's up to you. It's already out there.
So you agree with me? Those were the counts you were convicted of?
I saw 288C. I saw that for sure.
All right. And you referred to this as a stupid case in your interview.
Which stupid case? This one or that one?
Yeah, this is a stupid case. Right?
It's my opinion. For me, it is.
She was your stepdaughter, right?
Yes.
So you were married to her mother.
Yes.
That was Vanessa.
All right, here we go again. The names, man. Just gonna put these people on blast again.
I don't have to.
All right, so Vanessa is the mom. He's married to Vanessa. She has a daughter named Narlin. Right? So again, no Tracy, no Nikki, no Devyn. So I don't think that right now it doesn't sound like Devyn is that 15-year-old. The time gap makes sense. Yeah, the time gap makes sense. But again, who knows? I mean, I don't know. We're still trying to dig into this to see if Narlin Lopez is Nikki, Devyn, Tracy. Not sure. It makes sense that it would be, but then I don't know. So that's where I'm confused. All right, so we just heard a second name there.
this again. Take a deep breath, Mr. Baker.
Correct? You mentioned this victim yesterday in your testimony, right?
Yes. I'll sustain that.
Motion is strike.
Well, it was by counsel. Statements of counsel are not evidence.
You testified about this yesterday, right? Mr. Levine brought this all up when he asked you if the two of you had made pornos together or were in the business together. Do you remember all that?
I do.
Okay, so you talked about it without any problem yesterday. In fact, you brought it up.
Without mentioning names, yes.
Sustained.
Do you remember talking about it yesterday?
Which part? You're kind of all over the place.
I'm sorry?
You're kind of all over the place. I'm trying to get an idea which part are you talking about? Which part are you talking about?
I'm going to object. There's no question pending.
There is no question pending.
You said that because of this case, you brought this up, they chased you all the time.
That's the truth.
Because you were convicted of numerous counts of sex with a 14 and a 15-year-old, correct?
Are you making a statement or you're asking me?
Your Honor.
Yes, it was correct. Either yes or no.
I said something to that effect.
Was that the truth?
That they were chasing me?
Yeah. Because you were failing to register, correct?
Yes.
Would it be safe to say that every time you commit a crime, you blame it on law enforcement?
Objection is argument.
Overruled.
Every time I commit, I blame. No, I haven't.
You said they chased you.
For the 290 registration portion? Yes. So we're on trial for the 290 now. All right. Yes, they chase me constantly, always trying to find a way to get anyone who failed to register properly.
It's the law, sir. It's your violation, not theirs, correct?
Counsel, you're testifying and you're being argumentative.
Correct?
It's the law.
There is no question pending.
On this case, you told the police the only reason they were interested in you is because you were a sex offender, right?
Did I say that? Yes or no? Did I say that?
Answer the question, sir.
I don't remember. I don't remember me saying that.
Throughout this case, you've been saying that the police were...
Oh, okay. Got you. Initially, yes.
Well, the whole way until you came in and pled. For 7 years, right?
Okay.
Is that true?
It always ran across my mind, constantly, yes.
But the truth was, you did commit the crime.
And that is the truth.
But yet, you went on for years and years and claimed that law enforcement was lying.
Let's ask and answer, Your Honor.
Sure.
Do you understand the difference between a truth and a lie?
I do.
If I were to hold up my pen and say this pen is blue, is that the truth or a lie?
Your Honor, that's right.
Sustained.
And then I think you said that you married the victim in this case, correct?
A domestic partnership. I called it a marriage for me, but legally, no.
Okay, so you were not married?
No.
So when you told Mr. Levine in one of the interviews that you had been married to this victim, that was not true either?
By law, no.
Okay. And then, who did you marry next? You were asked about this yesterday.
I'm not giving any more names out.
Who was the person you were married to after the victim?
I'm not giving any more names out.
Your Honor.
We talked about this, and it wasn't brought out yesterday. I don't think we need another name.
I'm sorry?
We do not need another name.
And was that a real marriage?
Yes.
Okay. And then a third time, who did you marry that time?
That was the other name that you used earlier.
Okay. But the victim?
Before her.
Vanessa.
There we go again.
You asked, did you not?
I'm trying to keep these people's names off the TV.
But you put them come up there by getting on the stand, right?
Objection, that's argument.
Sustained.
Mr. Levine told you that you were going to have to answer all the questions that either side put to you, and you had no problem answering the questions when he stood up here for a day and a half.
That's argument.
Right?
Sustained.
So how many times have you been married?
4.
4 times. Yesterday, you told us that you were married twice, and the third one you didn't marry. Is that not true now?
Say that one more time. I'm jumping numbers in my head.
You can't remember the number of people you
I can't
married?
remember anything these days. Go ahead.
You told defense counsel you had been married 5 times.
Correct.
Right?
Correct.
So that was also not true.
Correct.
And then you said that you had a business where you were in the office all the time on the phone. Remember that yesterday?
I did.
What's the name of that business?
Oz Entertainment Group. Also, D-Rob Enterprises was the other name of it too.
I'm sorry?
D-Rob Enterprises.
D-Rock?
D-R-O-B. D as in D-R-O-B.
All right, D-Rob. All right, so he's been married 4 times, or so he says, to Nerlin, to Vanessa, and then now he's saying one of his businesses was D-Rob. D-Rob. His name's Robert D. So is that Devyn? Is that Devyn?
So, Oz Entertainment Group. Also, D-Rob Enterprises was the other name of it too.
I'm sorry?
D-Rob Enterprises.
D-Rock?
D-R-O-B. D as in D-R-O-B.
D and Rob?
Yes.
D was one of your wives. You brought it up, sir.
Asked and answered irrelevant.
That's overruled.
You brought it up, correct?
You asked me the name of the business.
And you said Oz, and then on your own you brought up the other. Wasn't D also one of your wives?
That's not the business name though.
So D-Rob didn't mean D and Rob.
It's doing the same thing again.
Your Honor.
You killed me with this.
So D was one of your wives. So there's Devyn. That's Devyn. So that's Devyn. I don't think she was the 15-year-old though, because that was Nerlin, right? I don't think that was. To me, you guys tell me what you think. I don't think Devyn was the 15-year-old. The age gap totally makes sense. Age gap makes sense. He was 30, she was 15. That's about right. But then and then D-Rob was one of their businesses. He was married to a D, whether it was just capital D or D-E-E or whatever it is. But that to me kind of confirms that the 15-year-old was not D. So you guys tell me what you think. We'll keep playing it for a little bit, but you guys tell me what you think.
You said Oz, and then...
Okay, so without going into a lot of detail.
All right. Now, Brett has sent some information. Kathy Russin from Court Law and Crime is saying that it's not up. I'm sorry, they haven't started yet, but Brett found this, which I was watching on Law and Crime. Let's see what this gets us. Hold on a sec. Just give me a second. Okay, hold on. Let's see where this gets us.
Gaston are here. All right, let's go. All right, let's go on page 8, C387854, State of Nevada versus Ricky Sanchez. May the record reflect that Mr. Sanchez is present in custody. Ms. Stanley and Mr. Gaston are here on his behalf. Mr. Albright is here on behalf of the state. This is the date and time set for sentencing. Are both parties prepared to go forward?
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, state you had noticed 4 victim speakers. Do you have 4?
Yeah, I was watching that live, and it's Sanchez, so that's not Devyn. She's in the courtroom, and then they cut the audio, and then they cut the feed. So that was definitely her. But right now, Kathy Russin is saying that you show up at 9 in Vegas and you just wait. And CTV is saying maybe another hour or so. So, no, it's something with Sanchez. So it's not it. But, we just have to wait. And then they cut the audio, and then that's it. So, and this was for Sanchez. All right, so that just to confirm that's a nothing burger, and then they just go back to that. So that's a nothing burger, and then here it is live. So it was her walking in for sure, and then that was it. And the sentencing was for Sanchez. So that's a nothing burger there. So we just wait. I'm watching both feeds that have it on, and I'm monitoring their chats and their posts. And when it comes up, I will make sure that we are on it. Well, let's see. Don't want that. Let me see. I guess we could go back to watching Baker. We could go because I don't think that. So he's married 4 times, starting in 1982. Narlin Lopez was 15 years old. Narlin was born in 78. Devyn was born in 78 as well. So, and if it happened in 93, 78, 88, she's like 8 to 3 is 5, so 15. So that makes sense. And then he talks about D. Rob as well. D was one of your wives, so. So now we wait. Let me think here. I suppose we could show more of Baker there. I don't think we were done with him. Let me see if I. Yeah, I guess we were pretty much done with him. All right. Yeah, I don't know what else to do. Let's see, what else can we watch? I wanted to watch Devier, but he is so low spoken that he just irritated me. I could barely hear him the first time, so I don't want to watch him a second time. What kind of poll? I got a poll going already. What else do you guys? What kind of poll? What should Devyn's sentence be? Life without parole, life with possibility of parole, 51 years and let go, or another sentence or other sentence? Luli says, let's see here. His friend talks about Tracy on the stand. I think his name is Ron Ray. Do you have the testimony for Ron Ray? We have everybody's testimony. Let me see. Let's see, when did Ron? So that would have been the defense. Let's see, where's Ron? Wow, there's a huge gap here. Oh, here she is again. Okay. Oh, there's Ron Ray. Okay. Day 17. Yeah, no, I found it. Yeah, day 17. All right, let me go. Let me see if we can find that. Hey, stop. Stop. Stop it. Move it along. All right, so you think that Ron Ray says a name? Let me find Monica. So day 17, Ron Ray. All right, let's see here. Oh, he's at the. Oh, he goes over. All right, so he goes over from one day to the other. All right, this is the live feed.
spell your first and last name, please?
My first name is Aniruddha, Aniruddha. I go by Ron, R-O-N. My last name is R-A-Y.
Thank you.
Thank you. Sir, did you and your wife travel to Los Angeles from the Nevada area?
Yes.
Okay. Do you know somebody named Robert Baker?
Yes, I do.
And when did you meet Rob Baker?
Probably January of 2012.
Okay. And at that point in time, where did you meet him?
We played racquetball together at Las Vegas Athletic Club, where I used to train and play racquetball.
And was Robert Baker living in Las Vegas at that point in time?
Yes.
Okay. And did the two of you become friendly and start playing racquetball together?
Yes. We probably spent anywhere from 4 to 6 hours every night playing racquetball. We lifted weights and also played basketball together.
Okay. During that period of time, did you meet Robert Baker's wife, who is living with in Las Vegas, then a woman by the name of Tracy?
Yes, I did.
The last time that you saw Robert Baker, do you recall when that was?
It was May of 2017, after Robert's birthday party we had in Marrakesh, and then we went to the strip club. I dropped them off, got them in.
Sustain.
We'll get into the details. So the last time you saw Robert Baker was in May of 2017 in Las Vegas.
Correct.
And did he come to Las Vegas with somebody?
Yes.
Who was that?
Monica. Well, I have her in my phone as Monica Baker, but Monica Sementelli, I guess.
Did you ever know the name Sementelli?
No.
Okay. You knew her by Monica Baker.
Yeah.
Do you see her here in court today?
Yes.
Can you point her out for us?
She's sitting right there in the blue jacket.
Did you first hear about her from Robert Baker through a set of Facebook messages that he sent you in November of 2016?
Yes.
Your Honor, I have a set of Facebook messages between this witness and Robert Baker. It is 14 pages in length. May it be marked as People's, is it 207? 206.
All right, sorry, I wasn't paying attention. I'm paying attention to too many other things. He just said, Lisa, what did he say? You heard him just say he just said Tracy married him in 2012? I wasn't even paying attention. So let me rewind this and let me focus on this because we need to find out this answer. All right, I'm going to rewind it so I can pay attention.
Do you solemnly state testimony you may give in the cause now pending before this court shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? So help you God.
I do.
Thank you. Please have a seat to stand. And for the record, say and spell your first and last name, please.
My first name is Aniruddha, Aniruddha. I go by Ron, R-O-N. My last name is R-A-Y.
Thank you. Thank you. Sir, did you and your wife travel to Los Angeles from the Nevada area?
Yes.
Okay. Do you know somebody named Robert Baker?
Yes, I do.
And when did you meet Rob Baker?
Probably January of 2012.
Okay. And at that point in time, where did you meet him?
We played racquetball together at Las Vegas Athletic Club, where I used to train and play racquetball.
And was Robert Baker living in Las Vegas at that point in time?
Yes.
And did the two of you become friendly and start playing racquetball together?
Yes. We probably spent anywhere from 4 to 6 hours every night playing racquetball. We lifted weights and also played basketball together.
Okay.
Oh,
During that period of time, did you meet?
Please make sure your phones are off.
You just stepped out to get up and follow on the phone. He was coming.
I'll be right back, Mr. Jaskowitz. please. Ms. Michaels.
Well, we took her back again. And we wait. I've never seen this before. Like, I don't know, right? We've never seen this before. Usually they just come in and sentence them. I've never seen this before. Well, and we wait. More waiting. Every sentencing we've covered, they just show up and we get into sentencing. Like if I was ready to give an impact statement, I wouldn't be very happy. Right? If you're ready to give an impact statement, if you're ready to give an impact statement and then you've been waiting for 3 hours, well, 2 hours now. Michael, maybe issues with getting family there to speak. Did they say 4 people? I don't know. I didn't hear anything. I didn't hear anything. JMS, yeah, you said that earlier. It's kind of a strange sentencing. I know. I've been saying that since the beginning. It was kind of cool to see the docket, seeing them go through the docket, but going through other defendants and stuff. That was kind of fun. But it's interesting because I've never seen that before. Usually when it's time for sentencing, they just get up and sentence them. Just scheduling issues, Sharon thinks. All right, so we wait. Thank you. I got another one. Thought I had another one in there. It is kind of it's interesting. I just wish they would give us an indication of, okay, she's going to be a half hour delayed or she's coming up. I don't know. Whatever. All right. Such is the court system. Lunch, you think? Well, it's 11 o'clock there. They're 3 hours behind us, so it's 11 o'clock. Mary, sorry. Mary and Sharon. So it's only 11. It's 11 o'clock. 11 o'clock. 11:02. 11 o'clock. Yeah, so it's not lunchtime yet. No, not lunchtime yet. All right. Well, we'll go back to testimony, I guess. Let me see. I really, really want to hear Devier's testimony again, but he was so hard to hear. I was yelling at him the first time around. I don't want to yell at him again. He was talking so low. Oh, you know who we could hear was the anthropologist, Dr. Burns. She might be worth checking out again. Whoa, I looked up to see nothing but green. She was kind of interesting. Let's see what her deal is. All right, what are they doing? Oh, there's Draskovic. All right, Draskovic is there. There's Draskovic. This is promising. There's Draskovic. Well, he was there for a moment. I just saw Draskovic. And now they've left the courtroom. Bonfire, that was from Monica Cementili. That was the Monica Cementili from last January, a year ago. January 29th it started. Jenny, yeah, Devier was super hard to hear. I wish they made him speak up. They tried to. Remember, Jenny? I think a couple times, especially on cross, Draskovic was like, speak up, or I can't hear you, or yeah, a couple times, and he would talk like this. Yes, no, talk like that. I mean, it was like, oh, it was so aggravating. I was ready to, like, I was screaming through my computer. Speak up. Speak up. All right. At least Draskovic is in the courtroom. That's a good sign. When the lawyer's in the courtroom, I like that. That's a good sign. So we'll just hang here. Oh, hey, if you guys haven't answered the poll, take a moment. 301 votes. Good job, guys. What should Devyn's or Devyn's, I guess it's Devyn, sentencing be? So 84% of you so far are saying life without parole, 10% saying life with the possibility of parole, 3% are saying 51 years or let go because that's what she's facing, 51 years to life. 3% are saying another sentence. So what other sentence would you go with? What else would you guys give her? What do you guys think? That was a great impression. All right, I'll leave the poll up for a little while longer. She's 39, Sharon, right? She's 39. Pretty sure she's 39, right? Oh, 46. Yeah, I was way off. She's 46. I don't know where I got 39 from. So she's 46. So Squid Kid, her son called her Devyn, like divine. Okay, so divine. Okay, so it's not Devyn, it's divine. All right, we'll go with divine. Not Devyn and not Devyn, but divine. Divine. Uh-oh, our bot had trouble connecting to Fort Lauderdale weather. All right, there's Draskovic. That's good. That's definitely good. All right, here she comes. Here we go. I think here we go.
All right. Let's go on the record and see. 377239, State of Nevada versus Devyn Michaels. May the record reflect that Ms. Michaels is present in custody. Mr. Draskovic and Mr. Horvath are here on her behalf. Mr. Giordani and Ms. Griffith are here on behalf of the state. This is the date and time set for sentencing. Are both parties prepared to go forward?
We are.
All right, just a couple housekeeping matters. State, the victim's mother sent a very long, detailed list of money she's out of, but I don't have any documentation
I did
to
not
support.
receive that either.
Okay, so I'm going to award the $5,000 of restitution to victims of crime, but that'll be the only restitution because there was actually proof of that.
Understood.
Any objection from the defense to that?
No, Your Honor.
Okay, and we did have a discussion about credit, and we have the credit at 780 days. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay. State, you also noticed victim speakers. How many speakers do you have?
2.
And pursuant to statute, would you like them to speak last?
Please.
All right. State, since this is the result of a jury trial, you have retained the right to argue.
Yes, Judge, and you've been doing this as long as I have, if not longer. There's a couple of different types of defendants that come before you and that I've dealt with in my career. And there are those that don't function in society. They commit multiple crimes over and over. And then there are those like this defendant who functioned relatively normally for an extended period of time, but committed such an extreme act of evil when she did commit a crime that you have to put her on the far end of the spectrum of evil, Judge. I understand that her lack of criminal history is something that you're going to take into consideration when you determine whether she gets life without her or not. I really just have a question for the court, and I'm not going to try to provide an answer. And the question is this, is a person who is capable of such extreme evil, is that person someone that we want to walk our streets, whether it's 20 years from now, 28 years from now, or not? And you're in the robe, you're on the bench, you get to make that decision today. I would just urge you to think about what it must have taken for her to do what she did. Not everyone is capable of that extreme amount of violence. Not everyone, not even some of our worst offenders go that far. There was some statements made at our last sentencing that I would ask you to take it in context with the evidence you heard at the trial. There is absolutely overwhelming evidence of her guilt, and obviously we have a jury verdict at this point. So all that nonsense that was spewed at the last hearing, I think that has been disproven during the course of the trial, and as evidenced by the very quick verdict that was delivered in this case. If you'll recall, it was just a couple of hours on the same day of closing arguments. With that said, Judge, I will submit it to your discretion, just defer to the victim speakers.
Okay. Ms. Michaels, what, if anything, would you like to say before I pronounce sentence against you?
At this point, I just feel that anything I say it won't. The family's looking for certain things, and I cannot deliver what the family's hoping for. And they're here, and I just want them to get their, at least part of their anger out. I know no matter what I say, they're still going to feel the same way. So just let them have their time, and that's all I can say.
Thank you. Defendant?
Your Honor, I like to state I'm going to be somewhat brief. This was the result of a 2-week jury trial. I do appreciate Ms. Michaels' statements and even the lack of her statements. This case has had a bit of a wild ride to get where we are before Your Honor today. You know, the jury, and we all spoke to the jury afterwards, looked at basically one thing, and that was her statement to the police on August 15th. And she has made several statements leading up to this point, and today she's chosen to just basically let the record speak for itself and then the history of this case speak for itself. You know, Your Honor is in a very unique position, being basically a murder trial judge. The thing that I would like the court to take into consideration is the issue of proportionality. You know, you hear on a regular basis cases that involve years, if not decades, of criminal conduct. People that have substantial criminal histories. People that have committed crimes over and over and over again. Ms. Michaels has a gross misdemeanor conviction that was close in time to this case, relatively speaking. She, outside of the events that gave rise to this case, she's lived a very good life, and I think the court should take that into consideration. in reference to this issue of proportionality and treating similar defendants similarly and different defendants differently. I mean, when we look at the object or the goals behind sentencing, we have deterrence, we have incapacitation, we have rehabilitation, and then we get to this issue of retribution. And the flip side of retribution is redemption. You have a woman that stands before you today who's 47 years old. She turns 48 in April. You've got a woman that was a devoted mother. She had a career. Obviously, what occurred is not going to bring Mr. Willette back. Miss Michaels' case, if we take the version of events that the state presented, we have here, you talk about stabbings and crimes of passion and things like that. In this case, we don't have someone that's been charged with lying in wait, planning. We don't have a case where we have a life insurance policy that was viewed. We don't have this, and when we talk about evil, I mean, that's kind of a slippery word sometimes. But at worst, what we have here is a conviction based on impulse and then perhaps bad actions that occurred following that. I mean, Your Honor spoke with the jury, we heard the testimony. We had this, and she was charged murder with use. And if we take the evidence in the light most favorable to the state, we have something where there have been unwanted sexual advances. There was a candlestick or perhaps a poker that was then used to strike Mr. Willette. And I'm using his name. I mean, the decedent, I don't want to minimize, he was a person, obviously, as is Miss Michaels. We have, again, we have an appeal that's going to follow, but nonetheless, if we take the version of events that the state would have the court take into consideration, we have an act that was based on impulsiveness and then bad, impulsive decisions that very well may have followed. Your Honor, and one case comes to mind, I believe it's the Randolph Thomas case. We have a case where there's multiple former spouses, multiple acts. In this case, we have a single act. We don't have this course of conduct that encompassed days, years, or in that case, decades. We have a single act that's now before Your Honor. The very minimum sentence per statute that Ms. Michaels could receive is a 21-year sentence. And we're talking 60 years old. And Your Honor knows the studies. I mean, like I said, you're in a very unique position based upon your experience and the depth, not only off the bench prior to your having assumed the bench, but as a murder trial judge. This is a case where the court should look at redemption. She can contribute to the community. She's had no issues whatsoever while incarcerated. In the beginning of this hearing, Your Honor addressed the credit for time served. She's been in for some time. I would urge the court to view, to look at the facts and circumstances and the very difficult decision Your Honor has to make with the idea of redemption in mind. I would urge the court to give her, as far as the murder charge, the chance at redemption, the chance to be perhaps one day reincorporated into society. I would urge the court to give her a sentence of 20 with the possibility of parole, and then the minimum sentence for the with use enhancement. I would submit that this idea of proportionality and true equity and fairness would be served by such a sentence, and that's what we request, and on that I submit it, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you. State your first speaker.
You do solemnly swear the testimony you are about to give in this action shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God. Please state your full name, spelling your first and last name for the record.
Valeria Willette, VALERIA
And ma'am, what would you like to say to me today?
First of all, thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak out. It's been a while, and I'm very thankful. And whatever I'm going to read is what I lived for almost 3 years.
Okay.
Excuse me. The brutal murder that took place on August 7th, 2023 has forever changed my life, my husband's, and my children's life. I am still in shock and traumatized because of this unbelievable act from someone who is selfish and heartless. About a week after Johnathan's murder, we came across a huge responsibility of taking in 2 young girls who we didn't know, and due to the circumstances, we couldn't say no when all others say they couldn't. My life has changed since the notification of my stepson's death. With us taking in 2 girls with us taking 2 girls in our home and getting to know them and not knowing of all the trauma they previously had, after the murder, even more trauma was added. It has been a tough 2.5 years for all my family. Grieving has been hard at home, since there were times when I needed to break down and cry, but I couldn't because we had 2 girls who depended on our strength. Along came caseworkers, CASA, Boys Towns, and CAP attorneys who visit our home several times a month. This doesn't include the process of getting fingerprinted, classes to be able to assist the girls while with us, and therapy for them and myself, husband on a weekly basis. The girls did not have discipline, boundaries, basic cleanliness, social skills, and proper hygiene. The clothing they brought from Child Haven was unfit for anything except playtime. I contacted their stepfather/brother, Davier, to see if we could pick up more clothing, and those were not much better. We ended up spending a lot so they could look presentable when in school and out in the community with us. We also have to deal with Casey, our daughter, who was in senior year and fell into depression, making it hard for her to be in school and caused a lot of absences. It was a huge change in her life, having to deal with 2 young girls with so much trauma and issues. Our family has pushed through, and Casey graduated in June of 2024. It has been very hard on us since no other relative has assisted us in caring for the girls, only my immediate family members, which are my adult children. We have now built a relationship with Aunt Kayla, the killer's sister. She stopped by while she was in Las Vegas on business, and we had a great conversation, and she departed as a supportive aunt. Because of this meeting, the girls have changed their minds of what kind of person she is. We will continue to nurture this relationship with Aunt Kayla and the girls. Through Johnathan, we have gained a true friend who has supported us, especially me. We grieve together, and Bernadette has also lost a best friend. We talk, cry, and express our sorrows about how a person was taken away so brutally. We cannot bring Johnathan back. God has gained an angel in heaven. We believe he is watching over us and the girls. I ask today for justice for our family, especially the girls, because we have been sentenced for life with this tragedy. This will follow them for the rest of their life. We've created a time capsule for them in therapy where they can place notes or items that they can open in the future to remember their journey. We will never again hear his voice, his laughter, or see his expression. Johnathan doesn't have a second chance. His life has been taken, never to return to us. The girls have been left without a dad, stepfather/brother who doesn't make contact with them, and a mother who's in jail. After my marriage of 14 years, I have come to know Johnathan. Although we didn't have a close relationship with him, I miss his jokes, laughter, and him being funny. He would come around on holidays and enjoy our time spent with him. Thank you for allowing me to speak about the situation, and I am seeking the hardest penalty in this case. The killer that ended Johnathan's life needs to be put away forever. Thank you.
Thank you very much, ma'am, and thank you for being here today.
You do solemnly swear the testimony you are about to give in this action shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Please state your full name, spelling your first and last name for the record.
James Willette, Jameswillette.
And sir, what would you like to say to me today?
I have a prepared statement that I would like to have you listen to.
Okay, whenever you're ready.
May I have a seat?
Sure.
Your Honor, I must apologize as I'm uncertain of the appropriate name to use. Tracy Reed, Tracy Tavares, Tracy Baker, Devyn Michaels, Nikki Fairchild. But for clarity in this context, I will refer to her as the killer and murderer of my son Johnathan. This horrendous murder crime has affected her two precious children, myself, my wife and my children in the household, my wife's mother, my wife's brother and sisters and their families, my ex-wife and her boyfriend, my remaining son, my grandson who married her, his mother and family, her parents along with her sister's family, and anyone who knows us or were friends with Johnathan. We have all been given a life sentence by a woman who doesn't respect life. She has removed from our lives my son, her daughter's father, her daughter's stepbrother, and all related individuals that were just mentioned. The enduring loss of opportunities to communicate with Johnathan, witness his achievements, and provide guidance is permanent. This absence is not limited to life without parole. It is not replaceable. Each day serves as a reminder of this lasting impact which will persist indefinitely. Regardless of the duration of her sentence, we continue to experience an ongoing sense of loss that will endure throughout our lifetimes. Our circumstances remain unchanged, and correspondingly, there should be no alteration to hers. As we grapple with the magnitude of what has been lost, we find ourselves thrust into unfamiliar roles and responsibilities, forced to adapt and preserve in the face of relentless adversity. The routines we once knew have vanished, replaced by an ongoing quest to provide love, safety, and guidance for young lives so suddenly uprooted. Our whole household has become a place of both deep sorrow and determined resilience as we navigate the labyrinth of legal proceedings, therapy appointments, and daily challenges that arise from the tragedy of this scale. The weight of grief is compounded by the necessity to advocate fiercely for our grandchildren, ensuring their emotional and physical needs are met, even as we contend with our own sense of devastation. Despite the overwhelming nature of these circumstances, we are steadfast in our pursuit of healing and justice, propelled by a profound sense of duty to honor Johnathan's memory and to safeguard the well-being of those he cherished most. The tragic passing of my son, Johnathan, has had a profound impact on many individuals, including his two beloved children, his mother, our family, all relatives, the killer's parents and sister, as well as friends and acquaintances of him. We have all received an extreme life sentence, not a 15-year to life term. We have no parole. We just the knowledge and the heartbreak of his loss. The killer, who does not respect life, has taken away my son, her daughter's father, her daughter's stepbrother, who is also her husband, and all others mentioned. The opportunity to communicate with my son, appreciate his life, witness his achievements, and provide support through advice is permanently lost. Every day we are reminded of this irreversible consequence. Nothing will change in 15 years, 20 years, or even our lives. Regardless of any duration served by the killer, Johnathan will not be returned to us. His actions are permanently ceased, and his voice will remain silenced forever. We are enduring a lifelong impact until the end of our days. This situation remains unchanged for us and thus should remain equally unaltered for the killer. We are consistently reminded of the serious impact of the killer's action on her life. Each day, the killer's daughters wake up to the reality that their father is no longer part of their lives, preventing them from sharing any experiences or creating memories with him. They experience significant long-term effects due to growing up without parental support, relying on grandparents, relatives, and others for assistance during a limited period before achieving independence. We are optimistic that they will understand they are not responsible for these circumstances and their future choices will help them avoid entering this system. Despite this, they will carry the burden of their mother's actions, knowing she has effectively removed both parents from their lives. These events have left two young lives facing significant challenges in their futures following the loss of their father due to her mother's actions. The recent events have been particularly traumatic for our family, especially for the children. My wife and I have attended classes to assist in raising our granddaughters and addressing their trauma. We are supported by caseworkers, CAP attorney, CASA worker, Boys Town worker, therapists, special school classes, coaches, and the daily challenges resulting from the loss of both parents. This situation has impacted everyone involved. We have observed changes in attitudes of our relatives and friends due to this event. Both my wife and I have consulted a therapist for support, which has been beneficial, though the issue remains prominent in our lives every day. We have attended numerous court dates related to both the murder trial and the cases involving the child abuse and termination of parental rights. The significant time spent traveling, communicating with district attorneys, and enduring the anticipation of trial outcomes has severely impacted our mental health and well-being. Such experiences are immensely challenging, particularly when one child is tragically taken by murder, as Johnathan has. As a retiree, I anticipated enjoying my golden years, but now my wife and I find ourselves responsible for raising preteens once again. It is essential to emphasize that while we deeply care for the girls and are concerned about their future, proper medical care and dedicated personnel can help ensure they lead normal lives. We are making notable progress with Janaea, who is determined to improve her life and situation. Despite holding 3 licenses, foster kinship, relative foster home advanced foster care, and professional caregiver pre-service training, we continue to enhance our understanding of the trauma experienced by our granddaughters. These children have never experienced loving discipline, nor had real interaction with others, as they were homeschooled rather than attending school. Consequently, there is a significant lack of etiquette in social environments and personal interactions with peers and friends. This is especially difficult for us in a family setting or gatherings on special occasions. Throughout this difficult and painful experience, our resilience has been tested beyond measure as we navigate the complexities of the judicial system and endeavor to provide a stable environment for our granddaughters amid relentless adversity. The emotional and practical burdens we bear have transformed our daily existence, challenging us to find strength in one another and in support systems available to us. Despite the constant reminders of the loss and the enduring pain etched in every aspect of our lives, we strive to foster hope for the future of our grandchildren, advocating for their safety, well-being, and justice in the wake of such irreparable harm. We have faced countless obstacles in our efforts to piece together a sense of normalcy, persistently navigating bureaucratic hurdles and emotional turmoil while striving to safeguard the children's well-being. Every aspect of our daily existence has been altered. Every future plan reshaped by consequences of a single unforgivable act. The weight of responsibility continues to rest heavily upon us as we advocate for justice and stability, not only for our own heart, but for most importantly, for Johnathan's children whose futures have been so deeply scarred. We are requesting, per Marcy's law, the Senate Joint Resolution SJR Section 1, letter G, to reasonably notice of all public proceedings, including delinquency proceedings, upon request at which the defendant and the prosecutor are entitled to be present, and all parole or other post-conviction release proceedings, and to be present for all of these proceedings. Section N, to be informed of all post-conviction proceedings, to participate and provide information to the parole authority, to be considered before the parole of the offender, and to be notified upon request of the parole or other release of the offender. Section P, to have all monetary payments, money, and property collected from any person who has been ordered to make restitution to be first applied to payment to pay the amounts ordered as a restitution of the victim. As we move forward, it remains imperative that the lifelong consequences endured by our family, and especially our grandchildren, who will endure this crime for many years, are gone, are met with unwavering commitment to accountability and truth. The emotional scars, the logistic obstacles, and the persistent sense of emptiness cannot be erased. But through steadfast support and continued vigilance, we hope to honor Johnathan's memory and instill a sense of security and justice for his daughters. We deeply care for our grandchildren and find it challenging to come to terms with the actions taken by their mother, both regarding our lives and more significantly those of her children. The impact of this trauma may have lasting life on them. For instance, there is uncertainty who will accompany them during important events such as walking them down the aisle, at their weddings, graduations, birthdays, etc. There are moments in life when one must pause to reflect on one's circumstances. We examine all the known facts and attempt to understand them. My spouse and I have attended the court hearings related to both the termination of parental rights and the criminal case. This planned and calculated murder, and remind it was planned and calculated, is not justified in any way or manner, and the killer needs to be incarcerated for the rest of her life. We respectfully request that the maximum penalty behind bars without parole be imposed for this heinous crime. We consider the act of killing and decapitating the father of the killer's children and husband to be egregious and extremely severe, and should be met with extremely severe punishment. We trust in the wisdom of the court to recognize the full impact of these actions on all parties involved, and to deliver a resolution that both acknowledges the depth of our loss and upholds the principles of justice upon which our faith now rests. Thank you for providing me the opportunity to share my perspective on this criminal murder. I now defer to your judgment on this murder case.
Thank you, sir, and thank you very much for being here today. Well, I think when Mr. Draskovich said it's been quite a roller coaster that got everybody here, I think that's quite an understatement as to how we got here. But I did preside over this trial for 2 weeks, and I was able to hear all the evidence that was presented by the state, as well as I was the judge when this case was originally negotiated at a settlement conference, and then Ms. Michaels wanted to withdraw that plea and proceed to trial. And the jury has ruled, and we all have to respect the decision of the jury. But I have to say, and I think Mr. Willette said it best, and as well as so did his wife, because one of the biggest concerns that I think we should all have as we deal with this is the fact that these children are going to be left without either one of their parents. And it's not any fault of theirs, it's not anything that they played a part in, but as well as everything that they had endured up to this point. And now, Ms. Michaels, based on your actions, they are going to be left without either one of their parents. Pursuant to the jury's verdict, you're going to be adjudicated guilty of first-degree murder with use of a deadly weapon. In addition to the $25 administrative assessment fee, your DNA was taken in 2022, so it's waived. The $3 DNA assessment fee, you're going to be ordered to pay $5,000 in restitution to victims of crime. You're going to be sentenced to 240 months to life in the Nevada Department of Corrections. There's going to be a consecutive 96 to 240 months in the Nevada Department of Corrections for the deadly weapon enhancement, and as of today, you have 780 days credit for time served.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Draskovich, your office will be allowed to withdraw at this point. Mr. Brown, we are going to appoint you as appellate counsel so that you can file the notice of appeal. Yes, if you could put that. Thank you, Evan.
All right. So that, so she got 240 months to life. So that means she's eligible for parole, right? She didn't say not eligible for parole. So to me, that's, she's eligible for parole. So it's 10 years, right? 240 divided by 24. That one's easy, right? 240 divided by, 12. That's 20 years. All right, so she got 20 years to life. Plus 20 years to life. And then the enhancement is 96 to 240 months. Hold on, let's hear that again. She went so fast. Let's hear that again.
Murder with use of a deadly weapon. My panel for 2 weeks, and I was able to hear all the evidence that was presented by the state, as well as I was the judge when this case was originally negotiated in a settlement conference, and then Ms. Michaels wanted to withdraw that plea and proceed to trial. And the jury has ruled, and we all have to respect the decision of the jury. But I have to say, and I think Mr. Willette said it best, and as well as so did his wife, because one of the biggest concerns that I think we should all have as we deal with this is the fact that these children are going to be left without either one of their parents. And it's not any fault of theirs, it's not anything that they played a part in, but as well as everything that they had endured up to this point. And now, Ms. Michaels, based on your actions, they are going to be left without either one.
All right, yeah, that's a good point. Let me see if I can slow her down. Hold on. I didn't even think about that. Let me slow her down. Playback speed. All right, here we go. Let's slow her down. Let me try this.
Pursuant to the jury's verdict, children will be adjudicated guilty of first degree.
Now she sounds drunk. All right, hold on. I usually don't mess around with speed, so bear with me. 7.5. Let's try this.
With use of a deadly weapon. In addition to the $25 administrative assessment fee, your DNA was taken in 2022, so it's waived. The $3 DNA assessment fee, you're going to be ordered to pay $5,000 in restitution to victims of crime. You're going to be sentenced to 240 months to life in the Nevada Department of Corrections. There's going to be a consecutive 96 to 240 months in the Nevada Department of Corrections.
All right, so consecutive 96 to 240 for the deadly weapon. So 240 months to life is 20 years, and then the deadly weapon enhancement is 96 to 240. So that's another, 96 divided by 12? It's another 8 years. It's another 8 years. 8 years, 8 to 20 years. For the deadly weapon. All right. Are we all on the same page with that? Let me play it again.
For sentencing waived. The $3 DNA assessment fee, you're going to be ordered to pay $5,000 in restitution to victims of crime. You're going to be sentenced to 240 months to life in the Nevada Department of Corrections. There's going to be a consecutive 96 to 240 months in the Nevada Department of Corrections for the deadly weapon enhancement. And as of today, you have 780 days credit for time served.
All right. I think we're all on the same page. So 20 years to life and then consecutive 8 to 20 years for the deadly weapon. So minimum of 28. Yep. So yeah, minimum of 28. So 28 to life, basically. Yep, 28 to life. That's what we got. So 28 to life. So she's same as Tellis. Yeah, was he was parole after 28 days? Plus the 78 days for credit. You're right. Yeah. What's that? What's 78 divided by 12? 780 divided by 12. Oh, wait. Hold on. That's wrong. 180 divided by 12 months comes to 65. 780 days. Oh, wait. That's like 2 years, right? Yeah, it's like 2 years. It should be divided by 365. Sorry, so 780 divided by 365 gets us 2 years. All right, so she has 2 years credit. 2.13, whatever. So 2 years credit. All right, so she has 2 years credit, and right. So 2 years credit. So basically 2 years. Yep, 2 years credit, time served, 2 years. So she's at 28, so 26 years to life. She, but she is eligible for parole. She is eligible for parole. Let me close. We'll end our poll here. Let's see. What do you guys think her sentence should have been? 328 votes. Good job, guys. Thank you for that. 328 votes. So 84% thought life without parole. 11% thought life with possibility of parole. 3% thought 51 years and let it go at that. And then 2% thought another sentence. So yeah, she's 40, what is she, 46, 7, what is she now? What is she? She's 46. So she's 46 now, 46 plus another 28, 46 and 28, is at 70, yeah, so she's like 70, she'll be 70. All right. So she'll be about 70 years old. You guys think that's fair? She has 26 more years to go before parole. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, so she'll be 68 years old or so. So, Jennifer, it was 28 years to life, but she's got 2 years served already. So 28 to life minus 2 years served. So this is it. This is her sentence right here. 28 to life, right? 28 to life minus the 2 years served. So basically 26. Basically 26, right? And she's 47 now. What is she? She's 46. She's 46. So 28 to life minus the 2 years served. So, all right. So there you have it. All right, you guys. We have Corey Richens to watch. I've got. She'll be eligible about 76. Yeah. No. She's 46 right now. 46 and 26. What's that? 46 plus 20, 26. 72. She'll be 72. She's 46 now. 26 years from now, she'll be 72. So. Did Draskovic? She's 47. Oh, because we made that last year. Oh yeah, that's right. April she's going to turn. No, you're right. Yeah, April she turns. She was born in 78. Yeah, April she turns 48. So she's 47 now. Yeah, that graphic is from last year. I made that graphic last year. So that's correct. Yeah, so she's going to be 48 this year. She's turning 48 this year. Yep, she was born in 78. You're right. You guys are right. No, you guys are right. You guys are correct. She was born in April. April 28th. April 28th. So you guys are right. No, she's born in 78. April 28th, 1978. April 28th, 1978. This is when she was born. So she's going to be 48. Okay. So then, so 48 plus 28, and that gets her to 76. So there you go. There's the 76 you guys were talking about. Yep. So she's 40. Let's say she's 48 plus the 26. So 74. But yeah. So anyway. she's going to be old when she gets out, or that's his possibility for parole. That doesn't guarantee she's going to get out. Don't forget that. That's just when she's possibility to get out. Yeah, no. Head was never mentioned. Dad didn't say it. Stepmom didn't say it. Yoko, his mother, didn't come up. She didn't give a victim impact statement. Yeah, if I was Dad, I'd be like, "Where's my son's head? Where the heck is my son's head?" Right? So she originally was 15 to life, right? 15 to life. Rich Auntie, it was the 240 months to life plus 96 to 240 months for the deadly weapon enhancement. So it's the 240 plus the 96. And then you have to subtract the 780 days time served. It gets complicated. Yeah, you got to add the 96. Add the 96. All right, here's the deal. Here's what she gave her. All right, this is what she gave her. You guys do the math. 240 months to life. The deadly weapon enhancement was 96 to 240 months, and she got 780 days credit. So that's 240 plus 96 minus the 780. So, all right, you guys. That's going to be it for us, right? Well, we'll hang out for a few more minutes, then we'll jump over to Corey. Amber, did her stepson hubby divorce her? Are they still married? I think they got divorced, right? I'm pretty sure that Devier, I always butcher his name. Sorry. I'm pretty sure they got divorced. Hold on a sec, because he talks. Did they get when was he on? He was on day one. Wait a minute. Oh, he was day two. Sorry, he was day two. Did they ever get divorced? I think that they got divorced. He's 29 years old. At least last year he was. Do you guys know if they got divorced? The dad said that they were still married. Dad said that he was still married to her. Okay. I'm not seeing in my notes quickly, so I'm not going to get too hung up on it. All right. We'll just go with that. All right. Rich Auntie had not heard the rest of the sentence. Thank you. Sure. Okay. All right. Since it's only 3 here on the East Coast, I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to play a little bit of Corey. Not a lot. We have a 4-hour and then a 1 hour. I think I'm just going to do the 1 hour one. All right, so I'm going to give us a redirect there. And because I'm really interested in Corey's story because we're really hearing some really great stuff. I'm going to change this to 3:15, and I'm going to take just a little bit of a break, and then we'll come back. All right. So with that, thank you guys for joining us today. Thank you to our mods. Thank you to Aaron. I have a redirect set up for Corey's stream. I've got 5 hours worth of content, but I'm only going to play, I think, about an hour because the other one's like 4.5 hours. So I'm not going to, that one's going to be just a little too long. So what I will do is I'll just play the hour one and maybe we can play some other stuff. We'll see. So we are changing streams. Yep. I'm going to end this stream. I have a redirect for the other one. So join us over for that. I'm just going to take a little bit of a break, 15-minute break, grab a quick bite to eat. Thank you guys for joining us. Appreciate you all. And join us over at the Corey Richins stream. And tomorrow we're going to pick up on Ian Mitchum. Remember that case? Remember Ian Mitchum? We're going to pick back up on that one. So that one's back up and running. So we're going to do that. And then next week is going to be Paul Canero. So with that, have a wonderful evening and see us over at the Corey stream. I just need a quick little break. See you guys. Thanks. Bye.